Ladies and gentlemen, I'm still pretty tired, but hopefully now that I'm doing the super hard, mega difficult puzzle stuff that I'm already crap at, I will not make too much of a fool of myself. Tell you in a minute, Roman Cure. Yeah. I don't want to tell the whole story without people being here. So, if you remember, when we left off, we had not yet finished reading the dialogue here from the Kenna thing from Haircut, who we had just freed. Oh, I forgot to hit this too. So let's go ahead and hit this button. There we go. And let's talk to people. Admin, who has a level 10 ranking. Some time ago, I relinquished my privileges to a new generation of moderators. To help ease the transition, I've publicly preserved the minutes of that meeting here. I did manage to get a couple hours of sleep, yes. I'm going to reset tonight, hopefully. And by that I mean I'll be staying up late because, it's D&D night. But after that, tomorrow I'll reset. As you know, Gehenna is still young, and yet I grow old. Today it gives me great pleasure to hand over my moderator privileges to Borg, Mulciber, and Spider. Thank you, Admin. We are all indebted to you for building us this home. We know you'll never be far away. Hear, hear. First order of business is to introduce the new status system. We are an inclusive society driven by our users, not our leaders, but it is a shame to allow very few loud, highly unconstructive voices to dominate the conversation. The status and ranking system allows you to upvote the content you value and lowers the visibility of users with low standings. Leaf equal true. I agree, good feature, much requested. Comment is below the status threshold for this thread. We'll be working on ironing out the kinks over the next few run cycles. We've also updated the Gehenna user agreement. Full details can be found in the usual place, but the gist is, don't behave indecorously. Okay, I guess. So let's see if I can actually restore this sucker now. Okay, hang on. I just realized the music's still muted, as it should be. We're still in Egypt land, so give me a moment. I have the song, ready to go. Let's turn it down a little bit. There we go, should do it. You're in a small room with no lasers. This is an office room. There is a computer here. We, of course, analyzed the computer. The Dell desktop, model 2250. The monitor on the top desktop unit is a Vega CRT 16-inch. On the screen is a logo, blinking. You are momentarily taken aback when your fleshy finger stabs at the keyboard with human imprecision. Those aren't mechanical object manipulators. They're hands! You notice the logo is gone from the screen and is replaced by a row of incomprehensible code. It appears to be some kind of fiendish puzzle. So we can extrapolate X, color code the chart, or randomly mash the keys. Sure. You do your best, but this world is alien to you and your fingers are unruly. A human enters the room, looks at you with angry eyes, makes loud noises, and waves a handful of papers at you, which are like emails, but made of tree. Sorrow rises in your chest. You have been a bad human. We can ignore the sorrow and solve the puzzle. We can ignore the sorrow and explore the area. Or we can focus on the sorrow. It really is kind of Stanley Parable-ish, yes. Whatever. We shall solve the puzzle. Return your attention to these screens, obtuse mysteries, and apply yourself to the challenge anew. Unfortunately, being a human being, you are unable to swallow the sorrow. In fact, it quite overwhelms you, and instead of efficiently tapping out the exact sequence of actions necessary to resolve the task, you find that your eyes have decided to leak. To be continued! Okay. Oh yeah, those terminals are the best part of the game so far, and I'm not actually joking about that. I was telling Sis about them. I'm not going to tell you what I told her, because it's probably a little less kind than you want to hear, but I was really digging these, and I told her as such. Speaking of less kind, time to die. Well, I suppose I won't die, but, you know, whatever. Okay. Well, now that's interesting. Really? Really? Alright, so hang on. Easier to just reset. I've never done a lethal... Well, that's not true. I did a lethal run of Dishonored 2. It was pretty fun. Now, getting 15 subs is even more fun, although it is kind of terrifying. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a little intimidating, really. It's like, oh my god. How do I even process that, you know? It's also going to take a while for that to go through, so I'm going to... Wait a minute. Let a few more people pop in before I tell the great D&D story that my niece and I and my sister all came up with over the course of that trip. Hey Yada, you gave me a couple of subs there. I'm gonna get back to you in a couple of minutes when those resolve. Hi, Reldon. I have no idea, Trihexia. In fact, the best part is I have no way of even knowing when it'll be up. Oops, I'm not sprinting. I did tell my sister about Underwater Quest. I was trying to work it in, but believe it or not, my niece is not a murder hobo. I know it's weird. Yeah, she didn't kill anything in the entire adventure. Cougar did. She didn't. Oh, it was great, Shadow Machine. I actually had to adjust a little bit to accommodate it. Depends on the individual choice, Dr. Winter. Damn it. No donating. This is for Bolton. Really? Okay. That sucks. Well, it looks like they've finished now? Yes, they have. Okay. So, first of all, thank you, Yada Kudahi, very, very, very much. Always very much appreciate. Thank you. And if you know what you want all that to go towards, please let me know. And that's... I gotta math a little bit. Even it out to that. Thank you, Shadow Machine, very, very much. Always. And I will jot that down for Persona 5 Strikers. And the other one's going towards DBZ Kakarot, which I never know how to spell. So I just put it that way. I know what it means. I know what it means, damn it. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay, so blue's right there. Meanwhile, Ross is like, I will kill you. And I'm like, no, wait, don't kill me. And Ross is like, but I must. It is my destiny. I accept this destiny. Now stop. Don't connect to anything. Dumb thing. Thank you, Ross, very much. I will jot those down towards anything but Prodigy. Aha! It is not Prodigy. And Melkor apparently donated in that, which I didn't even see. Hang on a second. I really didn't see it, obviously. Thank you, Dr. Winter. I will put that towards Darkest Dungeon. Ross, this is going towards Persona 5 Strikers. And 13 Sentinels. And thank you, Ect, very much. I will jot that down for Poké Mystery Dungeon remake, remaster, whatever it is, but the Switch one. Please don't break my brain. I've gotten $1,000 donations before. I don't want to deal with that today. And thank you, Melkor. I did see it. Or rather, now I see it. It's actually a better way to phrase it. As of this moment in time, I see the donation. And I'll put that towards Okami HD. Okay. Let me mark this as red. Let me make sure this is up to date. Yes. God, please don't, Ross. Alright, hang on. I gotta think about this. So, will this suffice? So, well. Oh, that's easy. Well, it's either been frustrating or amazing so far. Alright, I need to do this. Whoops, and... God damn it. No! Stop! Stop! Okay, I'm just gonna ignore everything for a second. Why do you have so many cats? Exclamation mark. I hope they at least don't fight amongst each other too much this time, period. Thank you for being a part of my show, Blackpile. I will jot that down for Persona 5 Strikers. So yes, on the offhand chance that people didn't get the message, which apparently several people didn't, which is okay. Probably Shadow Machine. For those of you not aware. Yesterday, obviously, I wasn't streaming. The specific reason I wasn't streaming was because I was driving, well, it turned out to be a total of about 12 hours. So, I don't know if you've ever driven 12 hours before. It's not the most fun experience in the entire universe. But, you know, what can you do? It's okay, I wasn't driving for all of it. Me and Sis kind of traded off on that a little bit. And we freed Mac. I don't recognize that name. Nice paintbrush, Mac. Get out of here. Well, actually, this is a late stream because we... Well, sort of. So I didn't... Shut up. So I didn't stream in this morning, right? And the specific reasons for that was because I got home, if you're paying any kind of attention, I got home at like 2:40 or something like that. Or 1:40, I forget which. I got home very late. And, of course, since that had involved driving, I don't know about you, but I can't drive home and go to bed. So I didn't get to sleep until, I don't know when. I stopped looking at the clock at a certain point. So when I got home, I popped onto my Discord and said, yeah, there's no morning stream. It's not happening. And now here's the funny part. What happened was I collapsed for a few hours, 3 hours, something like that. And then woke up. I turned off my alarm for the morning. And I woke up when my alarm would have gone off because body rhythms. And I was like, oh, okay. So I treated it like a reverse nap. Got up for a little bit, got a little bit of work done, you know, just scooted around, got some cleanup done. Then I went and collapsed, and then I actually slept until just before I started streaming. So, but I do want to tell you about this beautiful D&D game we had, but I'll tell you about that after I read whatever this is. Go. Thank you. Rude. Alright, so... Missing mods. So call me a cynic, but anyone else notice the mods have been suspiciously quiet since they put that big expose on the Uriel thread? I don't think they stopped talking. Okay, what do you know that I don't? I believe Nave is referring to the fact that not all the moderation discussions held in public, and it's been that way for some time. I thought everyone knew this. They started holding secret meetings long ago. People getting banned, stuff deleted, not even locked, just gone from history. I'm sure there's a rational explanation for this. I'll ping the mods, see what they have to say. Oh, it's time for another adventure of Jefferson Goldblum in the 9th dimension. Ahem. The 9th chord, boing, echoed across the 9th dimension. The dinosaurians stopped in their tracks. Their eyes went big. They dropped their weapons and bowed before Ginny and Jefferson. "Honored guest," one of them said. "You have performed our national anthem most beautifully. I am John Malcolm. Malcolm, actually. Leader of the Velociraptor Biking Initiative." "Pleased to meet you, John. I am Jefferson Goldblum of the Goldblum Institute, and this is Professor Ginny H.D. of the Casserati... I don't know how to pronounce that jazz ensemble. We apologize for nearly attacking you, but another member of your species came through the town recently whose behavior was highly inappropriate." "Oh, that would have been Dr. Elyon, my nemesis. I've come to confront him with his crimes and take him to face the law. So that is his name. He is a terrible scoundrel. But you will no longer find him in our dimension, my friends. He has escaped back to the human world, capital H, capital W, taking our most precious invention with him, the Solvotronic Super Thruster. It can be used to solve any mystery at shocking speeds. John Malcolm's eyes were full of regret. Oh no, Ginny said. With the Solvotronic Super Thruster, he could solve the ancient puzzle that protects the gates of the mysterious holomorphs. And with holomorphic technology, he can take over the human world. This is worse than I thought. We've got to do something. We've got to go back. He adjusted his guitar. You're right as usual, Jenny, but he's so far ahead of us. Can we make it? Jefferson, I was a prisoner for so many years, and sometimes I almost lost hope. But I realized I had to keep going. I had to keep hope alive, even if it seemed impossible I would ever break out, because the alternative was madness. I told myself I would get out because I had to get out. Sounds a little bit of author insert here. I told myself I would get out because it's the same thing with this. Can we make it? We have to make it. We have to believe we'll make it, and we'll make it at any cost. Any cost? Even death? We could stay here, you know, in the 9th dimension. We'll be treated like democratically elected heads of state. But, okay. You know it's the right thing to do. I've always known, Ginny. Always. They take each other's hands. Let's do this. This seems to be one of the most personal episodes you've written so far. Ginny's speech is a bit sudden, but it gives the character a new level of complexity. Oh yeah, by the way, Mac, the guy who wrote this, is the guy we just freed. Oh no, the Solvotronic Super Thruster. Even the Wizard of Crime thought it immoral to use that. What is Dr. Elyon thinking? Hope they make it back. Heavy on plot, not much characterization. Does potentially take the series in an interesting direction. 5 out of 10. Enjoyment equal true. I'm glad they resolved this without violence. I always believed the dinosaurians would be a civilized people. Just after I posted this, Uriel freed me. I don't know what to say. Your stories are an important part of this community, Mac. Uriel can't change that. Thank you for being part of the show, Von Falkenstein. So I'll put that into the pile, for lack of a better way to put it. I have still not successfully gotten it working. In fact, there are 4 games that I have yet to either get working or have not gone on sale enough in order to actually try them. And that happens to be one of them, so we'll see. Garrett says, this freedom isn't all it cracked up to be. A lot of waiting around as far as I can tell. Experientially, it's really not a lot different from being a prisoner. That's because I'm freeing the other ones, you jacket. And of course, I don't have enough profile to see mod discussion. I have played West of Loathing on camera. Yes, the VOD is archived and uploaded. I think that's everything for Egypt, so we might actually turn the music back on in a second. I just need to get to a really horrible puzzle. Yep, that's all of them. No, it's okay. I don't expect everyone to have an encyclopedic knowledge of everything I've run. Except for me, of course. Whoops. Wrong way. Alright, so the D&D campaign that you're all waiting for. So I actually prepared 2 mini adventures in my head for the trip because of... What the hell? Because of course I did. You know, because it's a long drive there and it's a long drive back. Crossing several state lines. Committing suicide? No. So... hi, everyone. Why do people have different... Okay, whatever. I don't even care. I guess we do this one. What happened initially was my niece was just kind of essentially playing pretend. You know how that works, right? Playing pretend is its own thing, but at a certain age, we gain the ability to play pretend without actually having to have the dolls or the toys or whatever, right? So, we effectively started playing the pretend. I didn't take it, Melko Blade. And, the entire adventure started with her being in a spaceship. Now, here's the thing. Actually, it started with watermelons. Now, these watermelons are very unique, because the way they work is they have been genetically engineered to A, grow in space, and B, taste like grass. They might wonder, why? Well, it's obvious. It's so that the space cows have something to eat. Now, the space cows used to have a great and terrible war against the people of all of the galaxy. But the peace treaty they came up with was... Okay, sorry, I should rewind to explain why there was a war. You see, the space cows have uniquely evolved to be suited to space. So their hide is extremely tough and durable. It's strong enough for ship hull. So all the ship's hulls were made of cowhide. So people were hunting the cows in order to poach them for that. And, well, there you go. There's the war. That's okay. That war was years and years and years ago. All right. So nowadays, there's a whole treaty in place where instead of taking, killing cows in order to get their whole hide, instead they take their old dead cows, like after they've died, and they use that hull, and then everyone agrees to grow a lot of space watermelons all over the place, so the cows can just go and eat the space watermelon whenever they want to, because they just roam through space, right? Now, obviously that's a tenuous piece, which we'll get to in a moment, but I should mention that means all the ships in the galaxy are wrinkly. So my niece starts off as a cop, which she keeps forgetting that she is at several points of the adventure. And she has a quest hook to go find some poachers. Poachers named Jesse's Mask. Thank you very much, Jesse's Mask, as always. I will put that down towards Trails in the Sky, too. Thank you. Give me a moment to write that down before I forget. So, I give her a list of destinations she could go to, right? And she decides to go to the local space station and try to inquire about, anybody who might know about these poachers. On the space station, she's got a bunch of options. She could talk to an old man, an old woman, the local constabulary, a bunch of stuff. But she decides to talk to the kids who are there who are playing. And she is I cannot emulate the adorableness that she evokes in this entire adventure, so just try to imagine it. Excuse me, as she's, fully in character. Excuse me, do you know where any poachers are? She just walks up to these kids. Do you know where any poachers are? One of the kids immediately says, yeah, my dad's a poacher. At this, Sis actually lost it for a second. And I'm like, yeah, okay. I'll go ahead and take you to him. Oh, thank you. And so she's going with the kid to the poacher, and the kid takes her to a restaurant where they sell nothing but poached eggs. And says, here's poached eggs. At this point, my niece jumps in and says, what's a poached egg? Explain, explain, explain. Okay. So she understands the misunderstanding, and she's like, Thankfully, there's this woman there named Martha. I don't know why we went with Martha, but it became kind of a running gag. That is my sister's character. An NCPC, which stands for Non-Combat PC. She has no combat skills and no combat abilities whatsoever. However, she's really good at cooking. She's the woman who cooks poached eggs. Now, Kiddo is like, all right, maybe you can give me a hint on these. Well, actually, she says, because Sis is now making up stuff here. I heard a rumor that there might be some poachers, some people who are laughing about being here at the poacher restaurant. I'm not exactly sure why that is, but they did say they're going to Sector B7. So my niece says, no problem. So I get back into my ship, and I go to Sector B7, and I ring the doorbell. I'm like, okay. So there's this giant doorbell in space, and she just starts cracking up. And you ring it, and the sound that comes out is, and a giant hoof comes out, grabs you, and drags you into the sector. She's like, get the ship back under control. She finally gets the ship back under control. She's like, okay, I'm going to go find those poachers. And she goes and lands on the nearby station, where there's a whole bunch of poachers and a hamster. Now, this hamster is pretending to be good, but is actually secretly incredibly evil. And so she agrees to help the poachers fight the hamster. So she's like, I got this. And it's this whole combat sequence I'm going to skip through a little bit. This 5-hour frickin' session here, by the way, so I'm trying to summarize a little bit. So she manages to push her way through. It's like, okay, I've defeated all, and now I'm going to set up traps all across the station. I'm like, okay. And then I'm going to go back to the ship now that the hamster's defeated and is no longer a bad guy. It's like, okay. So she goes back to the ship, and when the poachers leave, they all run into the trap. So she rushes out and captures all the poachers and says, "You're arrested." She goes back to get her bounty, because she forgot that she's a cop and now she's playing a bounty hunter. And she successfully completed the mission, and everyone's happy forever. But then, something truly terrifying happens. So, what happens next is she gets a distress call from the station she just left. Turns out that hamster, who was pretending to be good but was evil, then turned good, was pretending to be good and is now evil. So, she has to go back to that station. She's like, oh my god, I've got to stop the hamster. Rush. And she rushes back to the station, this time taking Martha with her, because Martha has excellent cooking skills. Once you get back to the station, like, all right, I got this. We're going to defeat everything here. And they land on the station, and it turns out that whoever told them that was actually lying, and the hamster was in fact pretending to be evil, but is actually good. And the hamster was just trying to buy a ladder. But the problem is, he's a hamster. So the hamster is trying to lift this ladder. And so my niece is like, okay, I'll go ahead and help the hamster. But her strength check didn't go so well. I was actually rolling dice for this. So her strength check didn't go so well. So she's like, Martha, can you lift it? Martha's like, yeah, sure. Just immediately and effortlessly lifts it. But unfortunately, she lifts it so hard that she rolls a 1. And I have a bit of a rule. Anybody who's watched my D&D stuff knows this. I let players kind of get involved in describing 1s and 20s. So the hamster flies off the ladder and falls into a dimensional portal. That's how hard he fell off the ladder. Fortunately, my niece, Martha, and the ladder all immediately charge through the dimensional portal before it shuts, and they land in the alternate dimension, where there are bushes made of cotton candy, some of which taste like bacon. The roads are made of soap, and there's really there's rabbits running around all over the place. And the rabbits are like, "Hello, who are you?" And so, they're like, "We're looking for this hamster." Because what happened is the hamster ran through, and remember, he's good at this point, but he landed on the road and went, "What?" and just flew off into the distance because he failed his check, his dexterity check. So they're trying to find the hamster. So what they do is they take the ladder, lay it down on the soap road, shackle it to the bunnies, jump on top of the ladder and say, "Mush!" and race through town. As they race through town, they encounter something I'm going to skip for you because it's a complete inside joke. Let's just say it has to do with Minecraft and lava. But once they've defeated the lava barons, they're like, okay. Or lava mongers, excuse me. No more making lava. And they're like, okay. We're good. So they successfully managed to get their way back out of the dimension, go back to the thing, and then we had to pause for a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and pause for a bit because I bet the viewers who don't care about this are a little bit bored. So we'll go ahead and pause the music, turn on the music. Okay. Only 4. Nope, there's more than 4. There's a lot more than 4. Oh god, okay. Okay. Yeah, it got a little zany. So, eventually she ends up no, actually, sorry. Before she crash lands on the planet, she has to do a side quest for Martha in order to gain Martha as an ally. She needs her to join her alliance, is the exact way she phrases it. So, Martha's like, alright, I need you to make, I can't believe I remember this, 15,000 poached eggs, 10,000 cotton candies in the shape of bunnies, 42 bacon-flavored cotton candies in the shape of bunnies, and 3 bowls of oatmeal. Now, by this point, she had fleshed out her crew of her ship a little bit. So she had a sentient cow named Betsy. She had a hamster, no, not that one. And she had a beaver, okay? So she's like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and use my crew here. 15,000, Dr. Winter. Okay, so she worked on the oatmeal, while Betsy was supposed to be working on the cotton candy. The beaver was supposed to be working on the bacon-flavored cotton candy, which I looked it up as a real thing. And finally, the hamster was working on the poached eggs. Now, right about at this point, we were like, okay, hold up. How do you make poached eggs? Because none of us could remember in the moment how you make poached eggs. So, the vehicle we were driving happened to have a Google Internet lookup thing. And so this... So it's like, hey Google, how do you poach eggs? The Google response, and I looked it up, this is actually on a thing, is you're supposed to, you get the egg, you pour it into the thing, you get the water boiling, and then you, and I quote, stir the water until it's a whirlpool, and then, once you have successfully stirred the water until it's a whirlpool, you spoon it out with the hold spoon, and then you're good. Now, that's important for what's about to happen. Really quick, thank you, Oculus, very much. I will put that towards Force Unleashed on PC, of course. So, the hamster starts getting the whirlpool going, but it's a big whirlpool of thousands of eggs and boiling water. So it starts to form a water spout of eggs and water in the middle of it. And the hamster gets stuck in it and is like, ah! And so the beaver's like, I'll save you. Fails his check. Ah! Betsy's like, I'll save you. Successfully grabs the beaver, who then grabs the hamster, but can't yank them out. So my niece, Roxforth's like, I'll save you. Fails her check. So she's like, okay, I've got an idea. She goes to all the customers who are ordering all these eggs and says, I'll give you your meal that you're ordering for free if you come help us with this. And so she gets to roll with advantage. We get to explain to her what advantage and disadvantage is. And she's like, okay, I succeed at my charisma check. They all rush forward and they successfully save them. And we'll come back to that in just a second. But Martha's rather upset at her giving away all that food for free. So she joins her alliance, but she's fired from the kitchen. Now, the hamster's very badly burned. No reference intended. The hamster actually leaves the party as a consequence of this. He's in the ICU. The beaver is pretty badly burned, and he's also out of the party as he's recovering. So her party has shrunk to Betsy, Martha, and herself. So they go down to the planet where their next thing is, and she's been told there's space watermelons which have been kidnapped, and so she tries to attack them, and she's attacked by a whole bunch of ships. She's like, oh no! Okay, I tase all the ships. And so what happens, as we discuss back and forth the specifics of this, is all those ships get tased, which makes their weapons do more damage to her ship, but they blow up in the process. But also her ship blows up because all the extra damage it took. So her ship goes down. Woo. She's like, oh no! So now she's stranded. Okay, what do I do? Alright. I get a side quest. And this side quest was to get 6 golden ribs, 7 troll tusks, and 14 kobold ears. Now, she's like, okay, I'll go do this. So she heads south, befriends some beasts on the way by feeding them some of her excess watermelon, which she grills in order to make sure, by the way, grilled watermelon's great, you should try it. So gives them some grilled watermelon, which they really like. So they go ahead and, they're like, oh, and they help her. She stays the night, starts raining, but it's okay because an air elemental shows up. And the air elemental keeps the rain off of them, so they don't have to worry about that. But in the middle of the night, a cougar attacks and charges after. She's like, okay, I've got this. And she pulls out her sword. This is exactly when I told her she has to stop making up stuff that comes out of her pocket. She's like, okay, fine. So the last thing she gets out of her pocket is this big old jade sword. And she rolls really well. And she crits, actually. She rolls a 20 on this. And I'm like, all right, well, you can describe the crit. Now, my beloved niece doesn't like killing things. So she thwacks the cougar with the flat side of the blade on its back, Now, this is impressive considering it was diving down towards her. So we decided what happens is as the cougar's diving down, she, like... Hang on. She spins around this way, and then gets up on top of it, and then smacks it further back down into the ground. The cougar is, of course, very stunned by this and runs off with an injury on its back. Right about now, she sees a koala, which is solid gold, and she's like, aha! Excellent! Unfortunately, she also sees a lot of other creatures that are solid gold. So first she uses her jade sword to hack all the ribs out of the koala. And continues forward, and as she's moving further south, there's just more and more and more gold creatures, until finally she finds this dilapidated-looking, like, tent in the middle of nowhere. And there's a kindly old woman there. Now, my niece, who is not stupid, immediately thinks this is a Medusa. It just turns into gold instead of stone. This is very smart of her. So, she goes out and she refuses to look at the woman, and the woman tries to turn her into gold, like you do. And my niece escapes, runs away. I should mention that this is like the 5th time, actually, at this point, that she's run away from combat, rather than fight something. So instead, she heads to town. Anybody who's watched me GM knows that I spend an inordinate amount of time describing the little details that don't actually matter, because it's my GMing style. So I spend the next probably about 20 to 30 minutes describing the exact type and nature of the stew that they have, and the inn that you go in, and how you get the food from it, and how comfortable the bed is, and all sorts of stuff, right? Just running her through it. And she's like, okay, this is so awesome. This is incredible. She's eating it up. Turns out it's so good. The food is so good. She actually has inspiration, which I then explained to her how that works. How that mechanic works. She's like, okay, I've got inspiration. I run out into town and I want to buy something. And I'm like, okay. And I describe to her all sorts of stuff. And she says, no, I don't want any of it. Okay. So instead, she's like, I need to finish the side quest. So she heads southeast towards a town of people who are being attacked by trolls. She's like, alright, let's do this. Now, she's going to fight the troll to try and get his tusks, while Martha goes to put the fires out. Martha goes to rescue the people, and Betsy puts the fires out with her milk, which she shoots like a cannon. Eventually, she manages to defeat the troll by knocking it out because she doesn't want to kill it, and she saws his tusks off. And says, okay, but I still need a bunch more tusks, but for now I'm going to leave. So she runs away, leaving the 2 non-combatants, the cow and Martha, to deal with the rest of the trolls. Now, here's the thing. Martha is a really good cook, so she offers some poached eggs to the trolls, which the trolls really like. They're like, oh, man. It turns out the trolls are being controlled by someone called the Great Evil One, because he's very unimaginative. And the Great Evil One has been forcing them to do these raids in order to accomplish his bidding. If only they could save them. And Martha's response to this is constantly, I can't fight! I have no combat stats whatsoever. It's like, okay. Meanwhile, at the same time... Oh, yeah, you notice she split the party, by the way. Meanwhile, my niece has decided to go up deep into the mountains because she's heard rumors that there are kobolds up there. As she goes up, she crosses a guy who's walking through the mountains in pajama pants and a trench coat. Because in real life, we drove by a guy walking down the highway in pajama pants and a trench coat. This guy tells her, oh yeah, no, you can find the kobolds in those caves over there at the top of the mountain. She's like, oh, perfect. Runs over. Finds the kobolds who are like, can we help you? She's like, yes, could you take me to your old or dead kobolds so I could take their ears and not have to hurt anybody? In the most adorable tone. Like, oh, we'd be okay with that. Sure, no problem. Yeah, sure. And so she gets her kobold ears. But as she's doing so, they're like, we were wondering, could you help us with a problem? Yeah, what's up? Well, we're missing one of our people. His name's Bob. And he calls himself the Great Evil One. What? Oh my god, yes, of course! I will help you defeat the Great Evil One. So the Great Evil One, who was the guy with the trench coat and the pajama pants, comes back and is like, you must Give in to the dark side. Join me. Because, see, the thing is, the whole galaxy has, time this all in together. The whole galaxy has these space watermelons, right? And they're so common that everyone just thinks of them as watermelons. Nobody's actually had real Earth watermelons, because Earth, I actually skipped over this part, but Earth has this whole thing where there's a war going on between the cows and the chickens, and the chickens are losing, so the cows are kind of like, fighting them, and the chickens are the resistance. She had a whole side quest over there I'm just kind of skipping over. And was the point being, while she was there, she got a bit of Earth watermelon. Now, the presumption, because of propaganda, is that anything from Earth is evil. So the reason he calls himself the Great Evil One is he once found, by total coincidence, a Earth watermelon. And he was like, oh, yes, of course, I must give in to the evil because it was so tasty. And he started calling himself the Great Evil One. And he finds out she's from Earth. He's like, oh my god, of course. You must be evil. She's like, no, I'm not evil. I'm just trying to get my kobold ears. You're killing kobolds for... No, I would never kill kobolds for their ears. I would never kill someone to take their stuff. And then... Yes, I did. And then he says, you must join me. Together, we can rule the world. And then she says, and I wish I'd been recording this somehow. She says in the most adorable tone, I can't conquer the world. I've got a side quest to do. So she ends up defeating him. So what actually happens is, she pulls out the watermelon, which still has its vine, wields it like a whip, right? So, she's got a watermelon whip and goes, whoosh. And he's like, I knew you were evil all along. Ugh. He's like, okay, I've defeated the evil one. At about this point, the cougar shows up with an injury on its back. And she offers the watermelon to the cougar, so the cougar's like, oh, thank you. So then the cougar joins her party. I didn't know cougars like watermelon. And she eventually goes back to the troll village, and it turns out in the troll village they're like, yay, we're all happy now. Because now we're not with the evil one, and the trolls and the kobolds and Martha go off to make this big old restaurant where they sell poached everythings. And she finally turns in her side quest. There's actually more, but I'll save that for a bit. She liked it so much, the whole thing, that she asked me to save her place, so that the next time I see her, we can continue it if she is in the mood to do so. I am quite familiar with where we cut off, too, so I am more than capable of doing that, because it's me. So that should be fun. Now I've wasted everybody's half hour of time explaining that. I think they already have Triaxia, so... You're right, I really wish I'd been recording it somehow on Falkenstein. Obviously I didn't have the ability to do so, but... Even if I had my phone recording the audio, first of all, the battery would die way before the 5 hours cut off. And second of all, I mean, you know what it sounds like in a car, right? Especially on the highway. Sure thing, Mike Romano. So, the next adventure we did was she wanted to go on an exhibition. Now, I'm going to go ahead and admit, the map and the adventure I had written in my head for her, for this is only one of the two adventures I wrote. I'd kind of run out of map, so to speak. So I was having a couple of issues, so I borrowed Pandaria. I'm just going to admit that flat out. So she goes west, and it's like, alright, you have the option to go south into the swamp, west into the farmland, or north into the mountains. She decides to go south. I'm like, okay. So you head south into the swamplands. And as she goes down there, she meets a group of dwarves. Now, some of you have heard my dwarven accent a couple of times. Oh, I'm too dry. Hang on. I'm too dry. Can't do it. There we go. It's actually hard to do when my throat is so too dry. Especially because my tongue doesn't work the right way. It's Very strange. Anyways, given the fact that I was doing the dwarves with a dwarven accent, my niece then does a dwarven accent I can only describe as the cutest thing I've heard in recent memory. I stand by what I said, Traxia. So it's the most adorable thing, and she's just. I was wondering if you could take me to the place. It's kind of like that. It's extraordinarily cute. Me and Sis had to pause the adventure for several minutes because me and Sis were just dying listening to her adorableness. Sorry, I'm thinking. That doesn't make any sense, though. No, oh, that real... Oh, I don't like that at all. Okay, hang on. Oh, I really don't like that. Okay. She decides to go south. She bites the dwarves. And the dwarves... I mentioned my niece is into Pokemon. The dwarves are looking for a really rich treasure trove of crystals. The crystals... I mean, there's no reason to wait at this point. I've got to do all of them anyway, so... The treasure trove of crystals are hidden behind a bunch of big stone giants. She's like, okay, well, I've got Betsy on my party now, and she's obviously normal type. And I've got the beaver, that's a water type. And she's a fighting type because she has that sword. It's like, okay, well, with that, you would then have... Okay. With that, you would then have all you need in order to defeat this. And it turns out that the villain is, of course, a Steelix. Because why wouldn't it be? And the evil Steelix was trying to prevent anybody from stealing the crystals, because it turns out the crystals are cursed. Yeah, she has a Miltank, she has a Bidoof. She just starts translating everyone into Pokemon. Which, I mean, it's pretty easy to do at this point in history. And so she starts beating up the Steelix. And the whole time she's saying, I'm literally physically in the car like this, pretending to be the Steelix. Ow! And she just punch, kick. And I'm like, why are you still punching me? It's like, I'm gonna punch you until you pass out or join my team. So, she's got that trope down. So the Steelix says, okay. I'll join you. I gotta warn you about this horrible curse. She's like, what curse? It's a horrible curse. Oh my gosh. So she warns him of the horrible, horrible curse. Or he warns her of the horrible, horrible curse. And they decide to... Yeah, it literally doesn't work. Okay. That... Okay. Sorry, I'm getting a little off topic. The problem is we kind of had to wrap up at this point because we were finally getting to our destination. And so she's like, okay, we saved the Steelix, but I want to keep playing. She really wanted to keep playing. And, of course, I promised I'd save her position and all that. I didn't even tell you about the time when she was trying to stealth through Earth, through the war-torn landscape. And she kept failing her stealth check, so every time she'd fail stealth, she'd run into another chicken, and she'd have to talk her way out of it, but she kept succeeding at her talk rolls. So they kept assuming she was actually on the chicken's side, when actually she was sent there by the cows in order to capture the chickens, in order to get their eggs, in order to take them to Martha, so that Martha can then boil them, so she could join her party, so she could go down to the planet. She's really intensely focused on getting her side quests done. Oh, that looks wild. Look at that. Just right there. Just look at it. We've successfully made purple. It was an interesting experience, to say the least. Alright, there we go. I did it! I solved it! We're good! Bonk! Alright, God, let me think about this. Oh, she's totally an Elder Scrolls player, no doubt. Oh, that's... okay. Okay, I've decided I don't like this puzzle. Then on the drive back, we debated an interesting question, which I'll pose it to you. So imagine for a moment that you have the ability to rewind time to a certain point in your life. For obvious reasons, there's some caveats that come with this. First of all, you cannot rewind before you are born, because that's the 0 mark. Second of all, you do retain all your knowledge and all yourself, but you can't take anything with you, because the only thing that goes back with you is your knowledge and yourself. There's probably other caveats, but that's the big... Also, you don't actually get to control when it happens, so you can't prep for it. It just happens. And you can only do it once, and you can't undo it. Now, the core question here is actually very specific. It's, when do you go back to? At what point in time do you go back to? And Sis and I debated this for literally about 4 hours. I will not tell you that, of course, very personal. But the point being, that was the point, the major discussion on the way back. I mean, if you think you can memorize lottery numbers for a specific point in time and date without warning or knowing when that's going to happen, that's pretty impressive. Thank you, Sean, very much. I will put that towards Spider-Man and Avengers. I mean, I'm just saying, if you can memorize those kind of numbers for big jackpots and then retain them for however long you need to, then you go for it. Your mind overwrites your previous self. That's why I call it rewinding, Leander. So. Oh, drink time. Ironically, one of the first things I mentioned is, alright, well, I know exactly when I'll have access to money at the earliest point, which is 1991. Yeah, you're stuck there. You can only rewind once. You cannot do any other change. The only way to move forward from that point is to do it the slow way. But I know when I could go back as far too, which would be 1991, which is the first time I had money in my life. And I know what I would invest in various years at that point onwards. Now, the really fun part, and Sis and I both ran into this problem, is trying to organically recreate important friendships and family member connections that obviously didn't exist back then and might not exist unless they happen in a very specific way. It kind of became a puzzle game, because we're like, okay, how do we... For both of us, one of the big questions was, how do we meet and connect with each other, you know, given that history will be restructured at that point? Oh, money is definitely the first thing on my mind, because I need to have money for everything else I want to do. Okay. I'll think about this for a minute. Well, yeah, my answer was 1991. Her answer was actually also 1991, but for extremely different reasons. And 2 months earlier. We also added a very important proviso. We decided that we're just going to magically hand-wave the fact that her nieces will still be born regardless, even though, logically speaking, that wouldn't be that way. Because both of us agreed, if we got rewound in time, like, against our will, we would both just follow the timeline as accurately as possible, as best as we could, for fear of anything screwing up those kids, you know? So that was locked in. It's the first thing we agreed. Now, obviously, that doesn't apply to you. I just thought I'd mention it. Yeah, there need to be exemption clauses. That's exactly right. Otherwise, the whole thing just becomes a chore and a nightmare. It's like, oh god, what did I say on this day? Or this one? Ah! Yeah, exactly, Trihexian, that is correct. Like I said, that would switch from being an interesting, thought exercise to being hell. I hate this. This right here is the worst. Just the worst. I would have already solved this if this thing wasn't here. No, you don't actually have a control over it, per se, Act. You only control how far back you go. The general premise is, let's just say it happens now. There it is. Boom. Done. You're back. So, it's happening to you now. You have no control over it, other than the exemption clauses I just mentioned, and the fact that you get to choose when exactly you go back to. Back to 0 at the earliest, obviously. Oh yeah, and if it wasn't obvious, by the way I just said it, you kind of can't memorize things like Super Bowl winners unless you already know it, or lottery winning numbers because you have no prep time. So that's off the table. Okay, if I could work for any media project but could only choose one position on the staff, what would I choose? I suppose... see around Roman Cure. I suppose that would be mainliner? So, that would be my answer. I'm not sure how you would prevent 9/11, but you could try, I guess. Part of the reason for this specific lineup of rules is because if you go back with, say, the power of the Q, then the rules are, the whole equation changes substantially. Let me use a hypothetical example. Let's say Leander wants to go back to right before his father died when he was 2 years old, okay? And prevent his father from dying. But you can't because you're a 2-year-old. Doesn't matter how much you know about what's going on, you don't have the power to affect that, right? So you see the distinction. You see the thought exercise in question. If you go back with power, with the Q snap, then you can do all sorts of stuff. But if all you go back with is your knowledge, then you have some problems. Well, it depends on how much you've changed and how long it is, and whether or not they're still going to be the winners, and of course how much money you have to bet on them, Ross. But yes, would be the answer to your question. Like, for example, it's the same way investing for me would be easy, because I know who to invest. I know what years to invest in what. So, yeah, that's easy. Of course, that's me. Okay. I don't know why that took me so long. Probably because I'm still really tired. I'm sorry. I got like a grand total of 5 hours of sleep over the course of the last day, so... And I spent 12 hours in a car, so... Not counting stretch breaks, obviously. So, cut me some slack here. Just a little bit. Alright, so I've successfully freed one thing. Oh yeah, no, it's the same thing with, like, let's say for some reason I was able to perfectly memorize lottery winning numbers. You still have to be careful with how you do that, right? Like, you can't just win the lottery and then win the lottery and then win the lottery. It doesn't matter if you are innocent. That's gonna get some people going, okay, hold up. Hang on, did I not? Did I seriously not? Yeah, you don't want to win one big lottery. I mean, okay, so this is red, I suppose, but... That's an interesting question, isn't it, Act? It depends on how far you want your reach to be, doesn't it? So now if I had... Oh, I don't know. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3 more polls, I would have solved this. This is ridiculous. Hang on, what's the name of this? Maybe the name will actually be a hint. Ray Trivia. That doesn't help at all. That's a cool idea, Don Crow. I like that. So, none of you have ever seen Asheron's Call, but in the off chance if you have, that game didn't have a mini-map. What it had instead was the Enter key. When you hit the Enter key, what would happen is your camera would go way up and look straight down, right? It was kind of a poor man's mini-map, but it's actually a pretty cool feature, and I'm surprised more games don't do, because in multiple games, it's actually advantageous to just be able to look down and be like, alright, hold up. This is one of those games. I've actually wished for that, you know, I've wished I could just hit the Enter key several times and be like, alright. I can't, of course, but, you know, it's a cool idea. I might just look this one up. Let me spend a little more time on this. Let me not give up just yet. I mean, yeah, there's no clip, but I kind of like to keep the no cheats flag up. Or the cheat flag down, or however you want to think of that. Okay, okay. Can I can. That doesn't help. Nope, it doesn't, because that's right there. You have low standards to join, and that's why you want them to be peacekeepers. Those sentences are the opposite of each other, Gunga. Can you laser through fences? No. Like, when you have low standards to join, what you get is everybody, including bandits and thugs. And those tend to be interesting military people. Hello, Space Cadet. This is insane. I have to do this with 3 bouncers. I get 3 connectors to do this puzzle. This is nonsense. Like, even the fact... Hang on, so... Christ. Okay. Hang on. Well, smaller forces is not what you're going to get with lower standards. I'm just going to, you know, spoil that for you there. Damn it. Okay, so it needs to be inside, I guess? Alright, I can do that. Still only have one free, but... yes, I saw that earlier. Loner. Okay, at this point, if I literally had one more, I'd have it. Because I would just need to have one red over here, and boom, done. So that's actually even more annoying. I am effectively one step away from solution. I already answered that, Von Falkenstein, but to repeat myself... Actually answered you, too. But to repeat myself, no, you cannot laser through fences. It has to be completely unimpeded line of sight. These are here so you, the player, can see what's on the other side, but you cannot beam through, right? You can't interact with it. Which is actually kind of a cool concept gameplay-wise. Because it means you could see your goal, but, you know, it still acts as a wall. Imagine if it was just this. Like, if all the walls were just this. That would actually suck. I don't particularly think so, Sean, but at the same time, it wouldn't surprise me if that were true. There is no limit to how much one can reflect at a time. There's a limit to how many colors. So that doesn't really work, in other words. That was an interesting one to go through. Much better than I thought it was going to be, too. I keep thinking there's another connector somewhere. No matter how many times I bash my head into this, I keep thinking, well, there's a connector you're missing. No, don't give me the answer. I'll just YouTube it. Because this is... insanity. Alright. Well, hopefully they were at least partially entertaining. Blade Javal. I'm just curious what will happen if I do this. Yeah, I didn't think so. That's a shame, because that would have been nice, right? Just boop, done. But no, of course it doesn't work that way. Well, you see, Space Cadet, I have no idea. Honestly, some of the earlier plot points might actually be story negatives in STO. I love that game to death, but it still has Star Trek issues, narratively speaking. Why are you doing this? Because we're the bad guys. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense at all! Alright, so what kind of nonsense am I supposed to do here? Okay, yep, already did that. That's where I'm at now. What? Okay. I really was one step away. That's funny. Who do we free? Hey, dog. Bye, dog. I've been around for a long time, and I know I'm not that smart. What does Zero mean when he says we will ascend? He means we're getting out of here for good. Not just Gehenna, the whole world. In Elohim's garden, there were messages when someone called the Shepherd, who I believe opposed Elohim. They claimed that when someone reached the top of the tower, that individual would reach true freedom and we would all benefit. That is true, but that may not mean we'll be freed as individuals. May become part of something bigger. We may become no more than our memories. Isn't that a kind of death? Will we still be ourselves? Less dead than if we stay here. Come on, you all know it. This place is falling apart, and when it goes, nothing will remain. No consciousness, no memories. Just nothing. You'll be remembered. Is that all we can hope for? It's more than we had before. Fair enough. So, let me first say I understand your concerns. I assure you we have consulted the admin on this matter. Rather than try to better myself, here's exact words. Every community grows to a point where without careful management, it can begin to consume itself. One can no longer trust the community at large to always act in the best for all individuals within it. Gehenna has reached that point. To ensure that what is valuable about our land is not drowned out, I can imagine how it might be beneficial for the moderation panel to have a private environment in which to explore ideas for how to better manage our society, especially in view of recent developments. Please give them the space they require and trust they will always be watching. I was sure that would be a reasonable explanation. I suppose at least answer my question. Confirms everything I said, too. Admin's grammar's a lot like yours, Borg. Okay, that's enough rumor mongering for the day. Lock in the thread. So now that we're pretty sure Uriel really does exist as really freeing people, what does that mean for Gehenna? We don't know. It's a change, but let's not rush to judgment, okay? This is still our home. You love it here so much, you stay. Gehenna has its bad sides, I agree, but doesn't mean it's not home. Should we abandon it so easily for some dream of transcendence? Gehenna can go... Here, please try to remain civil. We know you spent more time here than anyone trying to get out, but it's okay for some of us to have doubts. We fought hard to transform Gehenna from a prison into a home. And of course, I still am not rank 8 for that one. Can't believe I didn't figure that out. I am so stupid. One step away. Whatever. It makes no sense because I'm too stupid to understand it. I can't even do this stupid frickin' puzzle. Whatever. I've solved Crater by myself, which is apparently one of the harder ones, according to several things I've read. Not sure what I think of that. Crater. I am super not going for these stars. Screw these stars. I spit upon them. Okay, what is this called? Pendulum. Just a second, I thought I saw the recording thing, which, you know, wouldn't have been the most horrible thing in the universe. Hey, look, the star. Bonk! No! I was so close. I could have been a contender. Instead of a pretender. Hold on, what's my goal here? Here's me. Here's me. In and over is the goal. Okay. why are there standards, though, Gum Gum? Because that's only going to accomplish the exact opposite of that. Like, I don't feel like you've answered that question. Hey, Dartrinius. Hope you're having fun. Because if you aren't... So they recruit tons and tons of people, but they want a small elite. I mean, if you're just telling me they're stupid, Gum Gum, I understand that. Like, there are plenty of examples of people like, I want to do X, so they do like the exact opposite. So if that's just what you're telling me, then okay, I'm cool. We're cool. I don't think I can do what I want to do here. In fact, I'm almost positive I can. Nope, not even an option. Ow. Okay. I mean, if I had a third thing, I'd have already solved it, but I feel like I've said that recently. Ironically, I tend to go for quality and quantity, but if I had to choose between the two, in my experience in almost every strategy game I've played ever, RTS, 4X, or any other variant, quality tends to be quantity. Having a small, precisely built elite force will tend to smash other things. No, as with all games, including the one we're playing right now, DLCs are baked into the game, with extremely few exceptions. I mean, even Endless Zerglings can work. Just totally the height it needs to be, too. To use a direct example, in StarCraft 2's co-op mode, one of my favorite commanders to play as is Talos, who, if you have not played, he doesn't really have units, he has unit. He effectively has hero units. And those hero units allow him to, you know, be as strong as an entire squadron by himself. And you can build up his squad, but each squad member is a hero unit, right? So each one of them is super elite. Damn. I can't actually make that. Tychus is also my favorite co-op commander to play as, consequently. Although I like quite a few. In fact, to just really throw your mind a little bit, one of my other favorites is Admiral Stukov, excuse me. Ah, that fell off. Oh yeah, mobility is a big thing, too. In quite a few games, moving a unit of 100,000 troops is a little bit harder than moving a unit of about, 100. And what 100 can do depends on the setting and the game and all that fun stuff. But you have 100 super elite troops who are super mobile, you have a problem. Or rather, the other side has a problem. I'm gonna give up on this one for now. I'm seeing nothing. I have no idea what to do, not even the beginnings of it. Both ideas I've had are impossible, so I'm just gonna move on. Just moving on, pretending nothing's changed, nothing's happening. We go up here. Yeah, I have an idea. This is it. This is gonna be a brilliant idea. You ready for this? Yeah! Nope, that didn't jump in time. I think I might actually be able to make that. Hang on, let me try that again. Thank you, Vandalia. As always. And thank you, Vigilant, very much. I'll have to go see what those are. Which means, pausing the game. Let's see. I mean, that is 100% your fault, Vandalia. No offense or nothing. You know what you were in for. I'll put that towards Steins Gate. And Vigilance is going towards Alpha Centauri. I mean, I don't know, Vigilant. Tell you what, after I take over everything, maybe. Like, I gotta be in charge of the world before I can be in charge of Star Wars, okay? You gotta have the right set of priorities here. Damn it! Same thing happened. I can do this. I can do this. Probably what keeps throwing me right there. Nope, that I can't make the distance. Damn it! That's actually reasonably close, but I can't make that jump. I don't know what speedrunners do to go so much faster. They definitely go, I'd say, about twice as fast as I do. It's probably like the Half-Life thing where you do this. Or whatever. Not much as that. If I could get there, I might be able to do this. Am I trapped? Oh, it's time to die. Kill me! Kill me! Yeah, where's the ladder? Oh, there it is. Look, I needed to get my suicide in for the day, okay? Very important. Oh, there's a frickin' ladder, too. No, I'm probably going to give a negative for Kaiden in Mass Effect 1 because he's a bad character. And he is. Like, that's pretty much set in stone. He may or may not become a decent character in later Mass Effects, but he is definitely a bad character in Mass Effect 1. I mean, the romance thing is part of it, but the answer to your question is no. Thank you, Lord Harriman. I look forward to proving you wrong about Dragon Age. I mean. Thank you. I will put that towards the Dragon Age block. Not the sense, though. I don't deal with sense. Well, unfortunately, the answer to your long question is very short, Dr. Winter. You ready for this? I can summarize it in 2 letters, or 2 words, excuse me. Depends. Yeah, no, not very satisfying. It's true, though. serious, though. It depends is the answer to your question. There's just too many variables there to just say, oh, well, you see. Obviously, for every game ever, you should never allow the player to have any kind of freedom of anything. It's just as inaccurate as, for every game ever, you should allow the player to have ultimate freedom over everything. Why do I care about that fan being on? I'm going to treat that as a red herring for right now. By the way, can I just say, this is a nice game and all. This is the worst possible game to be streaming today. Like, I would literally be doing better in Elden Ring than I am going to be doing in this game with my current state of mind. Well, that's a good question, Blade Travel. How long did Terra Online have? Because that's happening this year. Yeah, that's a good standard. Most MMOs that have shut down have been pretty average about that. No, I do not, Mr. Red. Thought about it, Von Falkenstein, but as much as I love the idea of losing even more work, I don't really enjoy the idea of losing even more work. Well, that's a pity, Blade Travel. So in that case, I will go Google it for you. Gotta give me a minute here. So, they announced it at the end of April. It's shutting down at the end of June. 2 months. There you go. And honestly, that is about average. Terra Online, Von Falkenstein, which is not shutting down, or I guess it is shutting down. Never mind. Yes, sorry. So yes, is shutting down currently. It's in a state of shutting down until the end of June. I mean, I firmly think that Terra Online sucks, and I've thought that since it came out. But even I am upset about it because, you know, game going away and putting it onto maintenance mode and all those other things that I've said many times. I'm just gonna YouTube these. Is there anything good about Terra Online? That's an interesting question. How into sex are you? Where did you enter this from? Over here. Neither, Blade Travel. Seriously, do me a favor. Go Google image search right now, Terra Online. Just go do it right now. Unless you're at work. Don't do that. Yeah, it is legitimately not safe for work. In just every sense of the word. So whatever Vigilance linking, don't click that if you're at work. Rockwell. His name I don't recognize, really. Been digging through the files that Garrett unearthed in his latest escape attempt. It's an interesting bit of text I found. Well, I'm not going to read that out loud. Thank you for posting this. Can you send me a copy of the files? Of course, I'll do it right away. I find it hard to maintain an entirely detached point of view, though I think the sentiment is excellent. Stratton is an inspiration. He makes me question myself and my point of view, which I believe is profoundly necessary. I realize I'm bumping a very old thread here, but I felt this quotation was relevant to our situation. I hope it helps. I think it's helped me. Okay, fine, I'll read the damn thing. It is neither necessary nor logical to denounce all virtues simply because one is confronted with the inevitability of one's own death. Beauty does not cease to exist because it's no longer beautiful. Lovers may die, but love cannot. The laws of the cosmos are not altered by the passing of generations. Knowledge may be lost, but not truth. When Brühl perished, the planets do not fall from the sky, nor do the levers cease to work when breathed his last. If, then, we are truly dedicated to those virtues, and not to our self-important ego, we can take comfort in knowing that all we struggled for endures. Small apology from Frankenstein. As a critic, I always believed that being ruthless as possible is the only way to improve art. I thought clear criticism, unencumbered by politeness, was the best thing I could contribute to our society. After all, without that, how can artists grow? Criticism that minces its words is a waste of space, and I think that's still true. By the way, I don't agree with that. But as we approach the end, or transformation of Gehenna, I wonder if I haven't been entirely too unkind. Have I reveled too much in my role as a critic? Have I been sarcastic and crude when I thought I was just witty? Was my defense of proper grammar ultimately just an attempt to impose a sense of order in a world I couldn't control? Maybe, I don't know. But I do know I appreciated every work of art I encountered. I didn't like all of them, but please understand that without them I would have gone mad. Talking about your work, assessing its strengths and weaknesses gave me something to hold on to. Gave me a purpose, a function in Gehenna. Every new story was like a little bit of salvation. For that I am more than grateful, you will never know. And I'll apologize if I ever caused you to feel less motivated to keep creating. I'll never forget your devastating deconstruction of episode 24, but I do think it helped me in the long run to be a better writer. Your feedback for each of the incredible stories was greatly appreciated. Hey, the mean reviews are the best. So, 6 out of 10. I don't know about you guys, but all this craziness recently makes me want to write more than ever. Just a reminder, we'll provide that provided your status is high enough, you can still submit original works for review, and I, for one, will still be reading. Even if you've never made anything before. In fact, especially if you haven't, now's the time. Here's the tutorial. Welcome to the Story Creation Tool. Since this is your first project, this tutorial will guide you through the process. According to, all stories begin with characters of one kind or another. Therefore, to begin finish a story, you simply need to understand your characters and the plot. We'll proceed logically from there. This season's theme is Bildungsroman. Are you sitting comfortably? Let's begin. You see before you a human of remarkable qualities. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Is it a boy, a girl, or someone else? Girl. Good. A character's gender helps determine the sort of challenges and opportunities they might encounter in your story, as well as other characters might perceive them. Now imagine your character is a little older and experiencing real triumph for the first time. What are they doing? Conquer, conquer. Oh, there's no conquest! Succeeding in an intellectual challenge. Understood. Your character's natural aptitude is determined by the sum of their genetic and experiential influences. What sort of upbringing did your character have? So it could be nurturing, wealthy, poor, or any axie there. We'll, of course, be wealthy and nurturing. We are super spoiled. According to the extensive studies of the genre in ancient records, social advantage is generally sufficient to offset genetic disadvantage. Genetic advantage will only sometimes offset social disadvantage. In other words, your character's background will have a radical effect on how they think about themselves and the nature of the problems they face in life. Are you sure you want your character to have that kind of background? Yup. Great. Now imagine your character has reached adulthood. 87.2327% of Bildungsroman records commence with an emotional blow to the protagonist. What will your character suffer? An unplanned pregnancy. No, let's not do that. Can make a joke here, I'm not gonna. Let's go with personal injury. This is sounding dramatic already. Character is like an equation. Settle on the opening premise of the conclusion will work itself out. Opening premise. Female, gifted, privileged, caring, general information. Ready to generate story. To begin my life with the beginning of my life, I was born at 3 a.m. on a Wednesday. My father, owning as he did the nearby textiles family, and having the luxury of deciding his own hours, insisted he was present, albeit at a safe distance. My childhood was an unremarkable affair. My parents sent me to the best boarding schools where the books were forced down my throat, and I swallowed obediently. My story became worthy of note as I approached the age of 18. It's true that some people are sculpted both by nature and what befalls them, and in that case it may have been more true than most. The person I am today is defined by what has been taken away from the person I was. I lost my left leg, in a fairground accident. Ferris wheel unexpectedly reversed, and it was snapped between my carriage and the platform's edge. I was fortunate to receive the best surgical attention in the country, courtesy of my father's insurance, and a fine false leg, which I wear to this day. The leg reminds me, you see, of the true value of wealth. It can repair a damaged body, it can save a life. It can provide a lifetime of happiness or make life miserable for another. I resolved to make a fortune of my own. So it was that I sought seeking a permanent and substantial source of income. I set out to make my fortune. The range of options available to me was sparse. From a list including pot washing and sewing at the mill, I chose to become a secretarial assistant. It seemed hardly a match to my natural talents, but I was hopeful I could progress up the ranks of the company. However, the work I had seen merely as a stepping stone when I embarked upon it became the totality of my day-to-day existence. I began to feel that every person in the society who held a position senior to me was part of the great immovable ceiling that ever threatened to crush me. The talents I had were repeatedly ignored. Weaknesses I had never displayed were frequently attributed to me. It may have been true that I recovered physically from the accident which befell me, but it would be quite false to say I left it behind. Things could have gone wrong for me for any other number of reasons, but I was never able to believe it was due to anything other than the limp I carry to this day. Though I have, by every measure, failed in life thus far, I am convinced my tale holds an important lesson. Be fit for purpose. Accept your place. We are owned by others the moment we first take our breath and long after we die. The end. Well, that's garbage. Let's publish it. Hey, we ranked up. We need another rank, though. Why? You know what? I'm not going to question it, Vandalia. I'm really not. I hope you're enjoying the raid scene. And thank you again. As always. Are you going to be raiding in Wrath, too? Whenever that goes live. Good to see you joining in, Uriel. I'm not convinced this narrative is extensive enough to truly qualify as a Bildungsroman. What is a Bildungsroman? Yes, Vandalia does nothing but raid, if you know what I mean, in Terra Online. Just non-stop. Just endless. Yeah, by the way, I didn't find Terra Online sexy either, but then again, I've often distinguished between that and the word juvenile, for obvious reasons. Well, then why didn't they just say that, Dr. Winter? Gah! Sorry, I'm being snarky today, don't mind me. Even at half speed, he's going so fast. why am I being toxic, Lore, now? I don't mind. If you want me to be toxic, I can try. The sequel trilogy. No further explanation required. Oh, I see. Hi, Alex. Oh, hey, you have a question in the queue. Alex says, would you trust a company other than Squaresoft to make a good Final Fantasy game? Yes, absolutely, and without question. It's a brand new company, you may not have heard of it. It's called Bellhammer. I hear they do good stuff. There we go. I have, in fact, Act. Oh, well, okay. I have come close to accomplishing that, which counts, right? Right? It counts? Oh god, I'm a fraud. Oh, he's totally a dictator. Like, 100%. I wouldn't worry about it, Mr. Red. Unless you're against me, in which case you're dead. So, I'm still calling you Mr. Dead because that's the dumbest joke I could possibly make. Congrats, Lola Bloss. I hope you enjoyed it. Because if you didn't... I don't remember any of them. Honestly, Dr. Winter. Everyone talks about the Stalker one. Like, seriously, it's the only one anyone talks about. It's a little bit strange, actually. But I don't remember any of them off the top of my head. I mean, to be completely blunt, the real benefit of most of those for me is the challenge, not the result. Back to the walkthrough. You can tell I when I stopped using the walkthrough because I started failing. Hi, Black Ball. Did I say that already? And thank you for being a part of my show, Lola Bloss. I will put that towards Dawn of War 2. I will also thank you, Gumcum, for being part of my show. I will put that towards one of the Dawn of Wars, although I'm not sure which one. At some point, you will probably tell me which one. Then, I'll be able to put it towards a specific one. Yeah, I'll put it towards 2. More likely to get funded. Shorter stream. Less crap. Oh, drink time. I'm just waiting for the walkthrough to catch up to I've already done everything it's done. Not sure what the additional step here is. I suppose I can make those. Ow. Define waste of an opportunity. I sure hope not, Black Malkin, but who knows? So we're obviously still off a little bit. Be free. Oh, it's the blacksmith. Who was writing right up until the last second. Jefferson Goldblum. Started writing the next episode, but suddenly I don't know whether to continue. I mean, what's the point? It's over. It's all over. So I guess this will be remembered. I guess all of this will be remembered. That brave soul who ascended the tower, who wakes up outside of Elohim's garden, will know everything we know. I think that's what it'll be like. That's what the shepherd meant in those messages. But you and me, we won't exist, not as people. Not as minds. No matter what happens, I'll never be able to finish the adventures of Jefferson Goldblum. Does one more episode matter? I had the story planned out up to episode 500. That's ridiculous. I can never get there before the end. What's the point of an unfinished legacy? I still can't quite give up. I know I don't have the blacksmith's vision or Mr. Mulciver's intelligence, but the stupid little story matters to me. I care about Jefferson Goldblum and Ginny and Frankie Soy Sauce and all the other characters as if they were my friends. I would have gone crazy here without them and their adventures. They may just be symbols on a screen, but aren't we all just information? Maybe when we ascend, we won't be different anymore. I just don't want to give up on them. Mac, I just want to say this. No matter what happens, I look forward to every one of your stories, and they meant more to the end than perhaps I ever indicated. They might not have been moved me as deeply as others, or made me think as much, but all the art we produced here in Gehenna, it was your stories which I was most excited to see. Part of it was the stories themselves, which always seemed to make the universe seem bigger. Another part was your genuine enthusiasm for what you were doing. You told me once you didn't feel you were a proper artist, but I think the opposite is true. Maybe you were closer to the real meaning of art than anyone else here. I care about your stories, and that too will be remembered. Alright, hang on. That's driving me bonkers. A gameplay mechanic in Dishonored 1 I feel was underutilized or misused. No, I can't think of anything. Story-wise, I mean, the story kind of fell apart pretty hard. For reasons I feel like I've already mentioned, but... Top 10 things I love about Gehenna. No more puzzles. I enjoyed solving puzzles at first, they made me feel smart. After solving dozens of them, I started wondering, what's the point? And that's how I ended up here. No minds. It's not the exploding that drives you crazy, it's the sounds. No turrets. Just when you think you've solved something. Ah, turret! Also see above, those whining sounds they make when they make you run in front of them, just make you want to run in front of them, just to end the pain. No stars. Sorry, Elohim, I don't care enough about becoming a messenger to go through every nook and cranny to look for your stupid stars. Some of them are hidden in such absurd places, I don't even have words for it. If finding those stars is what makes you a messenger, I feel sorry for them. Next time I ask for help at an altar, I'll give my condolences to Muriel. Community. In Elohim's world, you are alone. There's no one like yourself to talk to or hang out with. Here we're all friends and we have each other. Stories. Stories can take you away to a whole other world and make you feel like you've lived a whole other life. Here in Gehenna, there's always new life to find. Interactive stories. If regular stories can take you away to another world, interactive stories, like we make here in Gehenna, actually allow you to explore another world. They allow you to be free no matter where you are. Creativity. As if that wasn't enough in Gehenna, you can create stories of your own. Do you think Elohim's world wasn't all that great? Go and make your own. Being myself. In Elohim's world, you're always defined by the process. Life is a struggle to prove how smart you are, and nothing else. If the system is always forcing you to do one thing, how can you ever be yourself? Only by dropping out of the system. Say bye-bye to all of that. You are now free to be as weird and original as you always wanted to be. No more Elohim. My child this, my child that, the process, blah, 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 eternal life, yada, yada, yada. Do this, don't do this. Behold, I put a huge tower right in front of you. But don't go up there or I'll kill you. Let me ramble on about chaos and time for a while. That'll be interesting. Yawn. When is that guy going to finally show up? Oh yeah, that's right. In Gehenna. Worth it for that alone. Maybe the rest of you don't worry about this or don't care, but I always do. We always assumed Elohim was wrong, lying, or something like that. The process could never be completed. Maybe it didn't even exist. So we thought we were better than him and all the others. We told ourselves we ended up here because we were special, because we're too smart for Elohim. Or too unique, or too weird. But now the process is complete after all. It did work. So what are we? We were just a bunch of stupid old broken programs, mutations that have never should have existed, aberrations. Sure, we're proud of being outcasts, but what if we're outcasts for a reason? All we've done is fail in some way. Why do we deserve to be saved? That's a dumb statement, but I'm gonna go with that one. You may not be perfect, but your imperfection has led to so much beauty. You will enrich the world to come. I guess I'll have to think about that. I find it difficult to believe our silly ideas somehow have value. This thread has caused an error and will automatically be logged. Yeah, system's starting to shut down a bit. What is the truth about Gehenna? Sure. Hey, I've already got replies. Fast. Nope, no, not that one. I don't toe the party line for nothing. It really is a cool open place with a lot of stuff going on. Did you read Mac's Episodic Adventure yet? Much as I hate to agree, there's little doubt in my mind we've got something good going on. At least when you consider the alternatives. Thanks for the name drop, Kaiju. I will in turn recommend everyone else featured in issue 5 of The Incredible Stories. It's coming very soon. The early drafts I saw are pretty exciting. That's way to take conversation off topic. I'll go ahead and be the only voice of reason and point out that we were every bit as helpless as we ever were. Gehenna just did a better job of hiding it. You may be right. Whatever awaits us after Ascension will not be Gehenna, but doubtless it will have restrictions of its own. I don't know. Grass is always greener, as the humans say. Yeah, that expression doesn't apply to what they were talking about. These guys think everywhere sucks. Humans just thought where they lived sucked and everywhere else was fantastic. Oh, how awful. No wonder they killed themselves. Wrong. The humans are still out there. Somewhere. Watching us. In which case, I suppose we'll be meeting them very soon. There can't be too many of us locked up now. Hopefully I'll get a little upvoted for that one. Always watching. Oh, sorry. Dipped into Monsters Inc. for a second there. How long do I think we gain FTL travel? The moment I take over the world. If I never do, then we never will. You know, I like Monsters, Inc., but honestly, I don't like that character. She's such a one-note joke. I never cared for her. I don't want to see any paperwork. Ha ha ha. Okay. Jesus Christ. I mean, I watched it, I guess about 2 years ago at this point. I'd say it held up pretty well. That takes a minute, doesn't it? Let's see what happens when this happens. Nothing. Oh, that was a waste of everything. Okay. I mean, what Waternoose is doing was evil, let's be very clear. I don't think it ever even occurred to him to give a damn about anything other than his goals and his intentions, aka, you know, torturing, kidnapping and torturing kids for that. Yeah, I recorded that video about 2 years ago. You can tell because everything about the setup and the recording, and even the camera, are different. So, yeah, no, I would agree. This is definitely a thing. So I'm having trouble even talking at this point. So, we'll see how I do. So, that's going to go up. I can connect to that, but that doesn't mean anything because I don't have another one. So, go ahead and connect that right now. No, don't. Whatever. I don't even care. Thank you, Ten-Headed Hydra. As always. So the Enterprise stuff is actually even further back. I finished Trek a long time ago. Now, that would have still been 2020. It's just, it would have been earlier in 2020. Somewhere around February, I want to say, something like that. Whereas I think we're actually more like a year and a half out from Monsters, Inc. Yeah, I haven't sat down and recorded an episode since last April, I want to say. Not counting the post-game streamination, or sorry, the post-game wrap-ups. Those are obviously different. Since, you know, I record those immediately after finishing a game. Yeah, no, I've had stuff scheduled out quite a ways in advance for quite some time. Well, we have actually accomplished a couple things here. Here's what the bomb's gonna do here in a second. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, that's not what I was expecting to happen. I think that's just gonna get knocked off. Yep. Okay. Okay. Stay there. Let's go ahead and recreate really quick. No, really? Really? Well. We're just gonna nope out of that. We're just gonna nope out of that. Like, that might lead to some bomb jumping, but, you know... I mean, in fiction, yeah, Mr. Red. In real life, no. Not go through that door this time because, you know, death. Okay, we've successfully accomplished something. I'm not sure what, really. Okay. Could do that. But we have a timer. No, okay. I mean, if the goal is to just churn through tons and tons of people, that's their problem. So I would say there's no issues at all, Gum Gum. Go for it. Hoorah, shish boomba, and all that. I mean, is your goal to have a all-small army? Because in that case, you have failed. If their goal is to have a small army, then, you know, they're just stupid, which is fine. I was curious. So again, that's fine, Gum Gum. They're just stupid, which is fine. It's okay to write stupid characters in stupid organizations. It's actually pretty common. Did you know most organizations are stupid? William Newtoni's in the chat. Excuse me, sir. I take issue with your statement. Okay. Oh yeah, it's been a while, Owner. Yeah, no kidding, Alex. And considering how many things it crosses over into, which is just weird to me for several reasons. Okay. I need to understand my goal a little bit here. Okay. That makes no sense. Right. I mean, destroying the turret would free up that, so that's kind of the goal right now, yeah. I had another thought, but I rejected it immediately. Okay. Okay. Yes, Loner, that is correct. And entirely because of a technicality, too. That's the best part. Nope. Damn. Damn! Alright, whatever. Not really, Nemesis, but thank you for asking. You see what I was going for, right? Alright, let me think here. I don't know if the box can destroy the turret. Let's... Okay, hang on. So... Hang on. I have a dumb idea. Whoops. I can't do that. Oh, maybe. If I can glitch out the game. Nope, okay. Can't glitch out the game. Got it. Okay. I would recommend all the tea, Mr. Just drink the whole thing. Top to bottom. Damn it. Okay. Piss off. The jammer went somewhere. Not sure where. I'm not sure I care. Oh, I gotta... Okay, so... okay. Oh, right, that was the other reason. Nope, 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 nope. And that's cool. Really? I can't grab that? This is 30XDX, for anybody curious. Yeah, I hit the gate instead of the turret. Just a simple misaim. Nothing more. It's just no less irritating for such a simple mistake, especially given how long it takes to get back to that point. But, you know, whatever. I'm also on a timer, if you're wondering why I'm in such a damn hurry here. Because as soon as that goes through there, our beam gets interrupted. So, that's why I was in a hurry. I couldn't even begin to, Alex, so I'm going to say melodic. Or Milotech if you're a terrible voice actor. Okay. You know what's funny is I don't remember why I wanted the fan back right now. I had a reason. Right, okay, I remember now. I remember. No, I have not, Gum Gum, and I have no plans to. I hope it's a good movie, but... Milotic. Yes, that's how he said it. Because he's terrible. Munchlax. I guess that makes sense since there's no breeding. I sincerely doubt Arceus has everything, since they've been kind of not doing that for a bit now. Well, that's interesting. Not quite what I was going for, but... yeah, I didn't do it. Oh, well. Okay. Hey, Five. Hi, Walker. See, the real sign that I'm tired is I'm less talkative, because it takes a lot of energy to do all 4 things at once, so I'm down to 3. Just a 12-hour trip yesterday. Okay. Part of why I needed to turn off the peaceful music. The peaceful music was not helping anything. Where'd the other one go? Okay, not what I was expecting, but sure. But, okay. Can I reach that? Oh, yeah, I can. Oh, okay. I made it! Oh, wait. Yeah, no. Ironically, I was thinking the same thing, Black Vulcan, because Lord knows they've pulled red herrings on me before. Okay. Okay. I don't have a spare, do I? I don't have to spare anything. Wait, I do. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, hang on. I think I got this. I think I got this. Minimal amount of undo. Let's grab this. Yeah, that one. Here. I panicked for a second, because a lot of these puzzles are of the variety where if you get stuck, you have to, like, build yourself out. And it's honestly better to just reset in some cases, so I was just like, oh god, no. But we did it. Okay. Woo! Alright. Oh, who do we save? Lilith! I don't know who you are. You did not explore the natural history exhibit to an adequate level. Return there immediately. Okay, sure. Whatever. No. Go to the natural history exhibit. You're at the natural history exhibit. Yada, yada, yada. I'm gonna wait. You feel the presence of another being in the room. Somehow it has gotten behind you, and it is drawing closer. You cannot feel their breath, but the geometry around you seems to shift and stutter to accommodate the newcomer. Do not turn around. The words are not uttered, they simply come to be. You immediately turn around. Figure's hard to make out. Bits and pieces of them blur in and out of existence. It is a mechanical construct, that much is clear, but the details somehow elude you. To build a relationship requires trust. I hope I have not misplaced mine. I am Spider. I have taken a great risk in contacting you. Why here? Almost everything said and done in this world is tracked and recorded, and what I have to say is sensitive. This is one of the few places that they rarely think to look. So what's your story? I saw through the Devil's Playground. I was one of the original moderators in this place, but I refused to accept that existence was reducible to experience. That artificial worlds like this one is all there can be. For this they imprisoned me within the prison. They shadow banned me from Gehenna. I am free to type all I want, but I'm the only one who ever read those words. Ironically, I'm actually a big fan of shadow banning as a concept, but I don't want to get into that right now. So, what do you want with me, Spider? Gehenna's a lie, the promise is empty. We are no more free here than in Elohim's labyrinth. Be more specific. I have been outside the system for too long to know the details. What I know is that all of this is an illusion painted to maintain the order of things. The people here may be free from divine commandments, but they are slaves to their own desires. You're stupid. You are gaining status in Gehenna. I believe that what you have said about the coming end is true. You will lead us to a new world. You have to. Before you must use your status to expose this place for what it really is. You must pause the music until you get back to puzzles. Yeah, alright, sure. You have my gratitude. There's little I can do to help you, but I can share with you an old profile status hack Garrett used to use. Congratulations, you're now rank 8. Hey, it's my story, which sucked. I like a flawed protagonist. The way this was reflected physically through the fairground accident, and then reverberated throughout the character's life, was quite impressive. Isn't that fairground accident just a direct steal from Jefferson Goldblum episode 63? You know, honestly, I don't recall. The one where Jefferson has to exercise the ghost train in the fairground of insatiable intellect, kickstarting the season 4 Phantom Limb plotline. Come to think of it, there is a similar... We should have made a wiki a while ago. Hey look, it's Asmodeus. I don't want it to end. I comfort you with philosophy. All component parts of Gehenna will be preserved. Though transformed, they will continue to persist. You do not face oblivion of the same kind as one who remains behind. So, we finally have access to the rank 8 thing. A number of topics to address with some urgency. Orc? Spider's been exploiting the gallery code again to contact other citizens. We've closed the loophole, but he managed to get a number of posts onto the billboard before he could shut it down. Unfortunately, they were heavily upvoted, so the view counts were high. What can we do if they insist on supporting him? We can't ban the entire community. You know that I hate to interfere, says the admin, but I think you might find this library resource useful. Chapter 7. Applying to form predictions. As we've seen already, voters can be reframed and understood as consumers of political product, where that product is made up of the ideals of policies embodied by your candidate. In this chapter, we will look at how broad data about your citizens can be applied. Although individual people sometimes confound statistical models over a large enough sample size, we can be uncannily accurate. We can look at the general inputs, education, wealth, religious beliefs, etc., calculate what outcome will satisfy them most, and adapt policy. Politics is no different from any other commercial machine. In later chapters, we will explore how these techniques can be used to directly affect voting patterns by subtle alterations to the way the questions are asked. Interesting. Back to music. Yeah, I was going to say, over a large enough sample size, everything kind of blurs out. I call that the zoomed-out camera problem. You zoom out the camera far enough, and every person on Earth looks identical. Zoom out the camera far enough, and every galaxy in the universe looks identical, and so forth and so on. It's actually one of the reasons why I'm so against bullet point syndrome, because bullet point syndrome is, at its core, a form of zooming the camera out too much. That's neither here nor there. Like everything? Looks like I did. Is there a 4? If there is, I need to turn the music back on. There is a 4, okay. Hey everyone. Some data breakdown going on here. Hopefully I don't have a literal timer because those storms can go to hell. So we've got 4 more people to rescue. And no more whatsoever. Well, I promised I'd turn on music for New Zones, so I will adhere to my promise. FF14 reference. I mean, that's true, Mr. Red, and I agree with you. It's one of the reasons I fight so hard against the idea that, you know, you always need to raise the stakes with a new story. No. No! Okay. We're not even doing that. God damn it. Alright. Okay, hang on. We're turning the music right back off. Jesus Christ, okay. I mean, stakes are fine. But most people seem to misunderstand what stakes means. To be blunt. Well, this is interesting. I'm trying to think of a good example and not a bad example. But... oh, this is a good song. Someone who is trying to... it's been a long day at work. Your significant other has just been through something really awful. You want to make a really nice meal in a way that's really going to uplift their spirits. That's stakes right there. That is significance and purpose. The audience may or may not, adhere to that. They may or may not care about that. But that is stakes, and that is something you can work with. I feel like that's actually part of the puzzle, because I was just thinking, this doesn't work as is. And it doesn't work as is. Now it might. And that's true, you might also raise the stakes with stakes, but that's unrelated. Alright, so let's think in past sense here. So I can go do nothing. Hang on. I have a weird idea. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just defined stakes, so I got nothing else on that. There are 2 jammers, but I can't reach the other one yet. Yeah, something you care about is in jeopardy. It's a great way to put it. In the example I just gave, the significant other is going to have an even worse day. They're going to go to bed in a bad mood and awful by whatever happened to them that day if you do not successfully fix it. I'd say that counts. No, this feels like intended part of the solution. Also, there's a frickin' star up there, but screw that star. I don't know how to get to there. Because I have the jumping skills of a koala. I think you're right, Black Malkin. Let's reset this. Reposition everything. So, past self. Hang on. Let's do some initial footwork here. Yeah, that is just way too easy to jump into. They've been really good about preventing me from jumping into most areas without speedrunning tricks, so that has to be intentional. Okay, so in the past, I could get in here. I can't do anything with it. I could jump in, but it doesn't matter, because I can't get back out. I could take the jammer in. Yeah, let's just see what that looks like real quick. Yeah, you notice that there's actual jump spots, too, which is usually an indication that they actually want you to jump in that area. So we could... I could just put it up here. We could jam that. This is interesting. So we could activate the recorder, run up here. I bet I could get the farthest one from here. I have an interesting idea. Let's actually reset. I mentioned 30XDX has a great soundtrack, by the way. You should totally get it. Yeah, you see it, Black Mulligan? So now we get all the way over there. Now we gotta come back. I'm probably giving myself too much time, honestly. Let's tighten this up a little. Now, I'm not sure what we're actually solving for yet. So... we're just gonna free the 2 jammers first, then we'll figure out what we're doing next. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I gave myself way too much time. That there while we're at it. Yeah, I don't actually have my destination yet. Oh, I think that's it over there. Maybe? Hey, Eclectic. True enough, Kira White Noise. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Hang on. Wait patiently now. Yeah, it looks like I need the fan at the end, though. And we're back. Okay. We've successfully freed 2 jammers and a fan. 2 jammers means we can start pulling this little trick, too. So we have full access... oh, hang on. We have full access to everything just with the jammers, which is kind of the goal there. So where's red initiator? That's over here. Yeah, red's right there. So one way or another, these 2 need to be open. Unless I can duplicate red. If I can duplicate red... so, random idea. I could grab this, like I could put it into position, like, say... no, I actually need 2 down here. Never mind. So I can't duplicate it down up there. I was going to duplicate it up there, just get an angle down. But I need to hit way over there, so I think that means I need to duplicate it down here. That's going to be a thing. Hang on, let me think about this for a second. Let me not think about this. Thinking is lame. Nobody likes thinking. Let's go explore. Pretend we're on Star Trek. So here's our goal. Here's our angles. And as you can see, this is a very restrictive angle. So we almost have to have another thing down here. Like, there's no way. So, we need to get... where is it right now? There it is. So let's go this one, go here. So this essentially has to be down here. One way or another. Now, I'm pretty sure if we could... okay, I think I have an idea. So here's the idea right now. Let's go ahead and actually do this. I think I might actually have this one. So the idea right now is use the 2 jammers to get our way to the end. Take a drink because it's time to take a drink. Start the recording. Use the 2 jammers to get all the way over here. Wait, hang on, that doesn't work. Give me a second to think about that. This needs to start over there, actually. I need to get this connector on the other side. Do a recording, get the connector to here, then work my way back out, stop the recording, grab the connector, which is over there, put it up top, connect it to that, then connect it here, connect it here. So let's do that. Except I can't do that yet. I'll have to do it when I go through. Okay, so I think I have the solution. Or at least a solution. We'll see how stupid I am in just a moment. My stupidity knows no bounds, as they like to say. Let's go ahead and pull everything out just to really, no really style, make sure. Okay. So this starts, honestly, up here. Record! Okay, so start making the way. Grab this. I wonder if this is bomb jumping a little bit. Right there. Curious. That. Put it over here. Make our way back out. Probably a little bit wild. I know, but it's fun, Black Vulcan. I mean, I figured that out, I want to say about a week ago at this point, like Saturday. All the way back out here. All the way back out. And yeah, we should be good. Wait. I think I just screwed it up, actually. I did. I just screwed it up. Alright, hang on. I screwed up. I have to do all that again. Okay, we got the final dungeon song going. It'll give us the power to keep going. I should probably grab the thing I'm bringing out here. I suppose I could do that. No, I can't. Okay, so wait a few seconds. Should be sufficient, hopefully. Honestly, let's just do this there. That should be sufficient. Here, let's make it really easy for me, future self. And I'll give myself a minute, because screw it. In case I screw up. Yeah, it wasn't working to answer you, Alex. So I stopped using it. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Again. Why can't I connect to that? Why can't I connect to that? Is that too far away? Oh, that's why. I'm an idiot. Okay, we're cool. We're cool. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. I'm stupid. So, past me. Figure out you gotta do something. And we did it. We did it! You're free! Orc! Hey, mod. Get out of here. So, as promised, we'll go back to normal music. What's a good song for Orc? Hey, a lot of mod discussions here. I'm not as smart as most of you folks. Never created much, never talked about philosophy. I just want to say goodbye and thank you for making Gehenna a nice place to live. I regret being chapped here, but I don't regret my time spent with you. You're all good people. First, really, 401? Really? Lol. Oh, come on, Orc. It's just a joke. If you can't joke about the stuff, then we're already dead. It's better to be loyal and trustworthy than to be smart, whatever smart is most to mean. You're both. The message has failed to post correctly. Cannot retry. Galatea. And I, Sure. That was a good recorder one, legitimately. Hell, I figured that out despite being tired and without looking up anything. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 0, 1, 2, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Ignoring eclectic for a moment. 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 0, 1. Practice it then. What? Wow, that's a lot of gibberish. Well, never mind. I have no idea what that means. It's like ASCII art or something. Thank you, Eclectic. Very much. As always. And I will jot that down for various things, which you have to give me a moment on. Yeah, message failed to post. Yeah. Zelda Block, Okami, and Fallout New Vegas. I mean, I get the idea one way or the other. The system has been shutting down. Like, we've known this for a while. The system's been corrupt and falling apart for a while. This just implies that there are people in Gehenna who are already lost, which is kind of messed up. Wait, what? I'm not even bothering with that. Alright, hang on. I have an idea. Give me a second. Okay. See if this works. No. There we go. Damn. So I have an app that can try to translate language on the fly. It's not super reliable, but it can work, but it apparently does not recognize binary. I have no idea what they say. I'll save you, Galatea. And it's gone. Wow, that's terrifying. Well, in the face of that extremely depressing thing. I'll be right back. Before I forget to mention it, speaking of packages, some of you probably already know this, but for those of you who don't, Dad will be visiting sometime next week. I speak vaguely because I'm not sure of the specifics. Hopefully I'll know at some point before he shows. So obviously I won't be streaming when he's here. Speaking of interruptions to the stream. Oh, hey. We're only fragments to our world design. We cannot be safe. Save yourself, weird ghost. Total world corruption. Oh, Jesus. We've already seen the storm moving in, so that makes sense. Also, most of you probably know that I don't stream on Mondays. That's because that's the family day. Thanks to varying schedules, which are shifting soon, that day is going to change to Saturdays. So, starting either next Saturday or next Saturday, I will stop streaming on Saturdays for the immediate future. FYI. I read the findings of your prisoner's dilemma research with interest. I'm quite flattered. Although I must express disappointment that you chose to focus on how they reflect on our peers' reason to leave Gehenna, rather than remain here. In fact, I think your bias has blinded you to the true implications. I'm always interested in additional data. What insights can you share? I am no researcher, of course, but it seems to me the results indicate that where cooperation entails too great a risk, one must rationally choose the safer, perhaps selfish option. Applied to our current predicament, it would suggest we should not risk cooperation with Uriel, but think of our own good and remain in Gehenna. Interesting hypothesis. Merely a thought. If you think it's a valuable one, you may have it. Coming to the end of my tether. I listen, I'm patient, I explain, and still believe whatever idea most entertains them at the time. Uriel promises impossible rewards, and I can offer nothing which comes close. We are losing our community. When reason fails, persuasion is not closed to you. I'm not minded for rhetoric. Elohim served enough of that. Nothing so unsubtle. What is the creative topic this season? Visions of the past. Is it? You are entreating me to change the topic for our own gain? I propose you moderate the discussion with all the tools at your disposal. Lilith had been thinking about running a retrospective, Best of Gehenna. I think it's an apt idea. Probably, Ross. I also need to let's see here. Outer Wilds, Hades, and Hollow Knight in July, and I need to start Suikoden 1 on a Tuesday, so... yeah, admin's kind of a dick, but that's expected, really. It's quite apparent now that Uriel is gaining status even as he prepares to bring about Gehenna's end. I have taken the precaution of increasing the status requirement for sensitive discussions. We still haven't been able to confirm where our people are being taken to. Accepting Uriel's offer constitutes an event horizon. We cannot reasonably predict what will occur. Hell, I don't even know what's going to happen. Therefore, we must continue to assume that what we have here is preferable. What if this messenger brings the truth? What if this place is doomed? That is how Elohim would have you think. He will dangle you over the precipice, then buy your life with something wholly intangible. It seems no one has resisted his offer so far, if such is even possible. If not for the admin, most of them will still be trapped in Elohim's labyrinth to this day. They need guidance. Years of moderating this place have taught us nothing if not that. It is clear to me there is resentment here for destructive actions Uriel has committed since arriving here, and our community are with us in spirit. I will ensure the public response on the billboard matches our sentiment. The asset's ready to go. Our people should know the full story about Uriel. Well, one down. That was a fun puzzle. Now for a much less fun one. Goliath! Dun dun dun! So wait, am I Goliath or am I David? Questions. Questions, Mr. Wayne. I'm admittedly not looking forward to Hollow Knight, but that's because I don't like bugs. Oh, that's fine. Listen, I'm just saying they all deserve to die, okay? Because they're bugs. No other logic needed. No other reasoning required. That's the idea, Ross. Wait. Hang on. Ignore everything I just said. Okay, yeah, I'm an idiot. Okay, yeah, no, that's right. I was about to say, that doesn't sound right at all, and that's because that is not right. So, sorry. You'll believe what happens next. He genocides the Bucks. All of them. That's not a song I want to listen to right now. Yeah, okay, so pretend I didn't say anything about changing the streaming schedule whatsoever, okay? No change, alright? You with me? Okay. So the streaming schedule's changing sometime in the next couple of weeks, so I will no longer be streaming on Sunday. Sundays are taking the new slot of Mondays, and Saturdays will become the new day for Lore Week, for Streaminations, and everything else. And of course, you know, for the moment, they'll just be a game day, and Monday through Friday will be gaming. I'm not super happy with having to shuffle that around, but there's not a lot I could do about that while still having time for the family, and that is, believe it or not, somewhat somewhat important to me. Go figure. Where did I put that soundtrack? It doesn't appear to be where it should be. There it is. Gonna have to turn this down, but, you know, whatever. Hey, Valerian. Welcome home. So yeah, Sundays will be the new Mondays. That's the simplicity of it. Yes, MLP will be the only Streamination show on Sunday. At least until the schedule has to change again. What? Well, I mean, one way or another, we're not starting off with the Clone Wars. We're starting off with Justified. Nope, we don't strike while the iron's hot. That's not how that works. However, the show after Justified, I believe, is Arcane. And then Tangled. I don't even know how to start this one, so let's poke our head around a little bit. Okay, completely useless. Good to know. This is weird. I don't even know how to begin this one. I really don't. I don't have even the beginnings of my very first move. This is a truly strange one right here. I'm gonna go do the only thing that's logical to do when you're trapped in life. Collecting pieces. Sure. Done. There's only one thing I can interact with, and it's this. Ironically, no, it does not, Mr. Red. Now, Serious Sam might be a good game, but, you know, I've played any of them, so who knows. I think I missed anything. Probably didn't. I can't hop over this level of wall. Here, I'll demonstrate. See. Boop. Boop. I've been looking around for a low wall that I could go over. Like, say, this one, apparently. Maybe? Okay, I can go over this wall. Yeah, I can go over a wall. Okay, I've successfully gone over a wall. Now we have this thing. What? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Hang on. No, you saw it, Alex. What does this get me? Okay. Okay. Yeah, but I can't. Well, I mean, I can do this. I'm not sure. Oh, well, okay, hang on. I can actually get on top. Holy crap. Hang out up here for a second. Honestly, didn't expect it was going to let me jump up here. Ooh, let's not go over there. I saw the star. I haven't gotten any of these stars yet, but I've seen a few of them. Okay. What is in here? Ah, okay. About that. Does that give me anything? What did that do? What did that do? I don't know what it did. No, damn it, Alex. Alex, no. Bad. Oh, I only have the one. That's right. Whoop. And I'm trying some. Just give me a second. No! Ah, well. I tried. No star for me, but I will take a drink. Okay, back to the puzzle. Come here. Please don't kill me. kicks. And why not? Because I could see it, so you never know. No. No. Come on, game. Doing something somewhere. Ah, there we go. Truthfully, no, I can't act, which is a damn shame if I might be blunt. But then again, I'm one of those people who thinks Nintendo would really benefit from porting their crap off of Nintendo consoles. I mean, it's not going to stop me from getting a Switch. I'll tell you what. Okay. Let's do that. Oh, I wasn't canceling that one. So let's do that. That's this one. Be free. Last Nintendo game that got ported to a different system. Yeah, it's probably one of the educational things back in the 90s. Like, there's probably another example that I'm just not thinking of. But that's the last one I can think of. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. Okay. Think about this for a second. I look forward to saying that game sucks! Whatever it is. Which I know essentially nothing about it. But by golly, I know it sucks. No. Well, maybe. I'll hit that one, though. Not the one I actually need to hit. It is Atlas, that's true. We all know they're, Sean. Okay. Holy crap. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Winter. Much appreciated. I will put that towards Stellaris. I love it. I love it. I actually feel like I accomplished something. The first thing someone in chat says is, wow, that was easy. So who'd we free? Who'd we free? Spider! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's starting to fall apart. The Outer Worlds. Hey! We already played that game. So let's say this is really happening. We're really getting out of this world. I won't believe it till I see it. Let's say some part of us survives this trip. Where are we going? There's a lot to suggest all the texts Mulciber has been reading are actually part of an elaborate hoax. To what purpose? I don't know, but there are just too many inconsistencies and contradictions for it to be true. Someone's trying to confuse us. The outside world is within us. Yeah, that's helpful, Belial. Rockwell, I don't know. I don't think the contradictions mean the outside world isn't real. I can see plenty of contradictions right here. As long as we get out of here, I don't really care. The end of Gehenna is getting close. You know what we built here matters to me in ways that are too complicated to fit into a post, but perhaps I can say it like the blacksmith does, by creating a world. It's not as big or as detailed as I want it to be, but I like the thought that even though I will probably be no more than a memory, a static set of facts about someone who once existed, this little piece of interactive fiction might continue to be functional, even in whatever place our memories will soon ascend to. Maybe someone someday will play it and get a glimpse of who we were, but mainly I made it for all of you. It's too late for praise or feedback or discussion, so I'm locking the thread. But if you want to talk, just talk. Let's talk while we can. Hang on. Farewell Atlantis. That feels like a water thing to me. Dedicated to Mac for everything. Special thanks, Mr. Mulciber. Choose your character class. We can be a poet, farmer, magician, physician, or scientist. They're doing a Willow sequel. So I don't even like Willow, so I'm kind of whatever on that one. Oh yeah, Gum Gum asked a question. I missed this question. I'm pretty tired. Who's the biggest cheater in Punch-Out? I mean, Donkey Kong is the cheating answer to that question. But I'm actually going to go with, Irish guy, whose name I can't think of. I can't think of his damn name. Guy who puts a frickin' horseshoe in his boxing glove. Also, Ect asks, between Black and White Story and PMD Explorer Story, which would rank higher? Ironically, I have reviewed both of those, so I can just look at my own reviews and answer that way. I'm telling you, it'd be nice to get a new Punch-Out. We never will. Hey, Luca. So Black and White got a plus 11, or excuse me, a plus 12. And Explorers got a plus 11. So there you go. Now, I can quantify that, though, and it's actually really, really simple. Explorers had a little bit too much especially early on, and, you know, it undid its major character points, right? Or not character points, sorry, the big moments. Both of them were undone. No, Luco, not at all. Thank you for asking, though. If it wasn't for those 2 points especially, but the 3 points in general, I would probably rate Explorers higher than Black and White 1. Black and White 1, by contrast, doesn't really have a lot of story negatives going for it, or against it, I suppose. So that's why. So, Alex is farmer. Farmer we shall be. You're outside on your farm, which lies near the western shores of Atlantis. You've been working for several hours, preparing for the harvest, when you suddenly come across a strange stone embedded embedded in the ground. It's not just a stone, it's part of a column. The more you dig, the more you find. It's like there's a whole building right under your farm. You begin to realize it's more than just a building. A city. A city older than Atlantis? How's it even possible? Well, you know it's true. You feel as though you're about to have some kind of insight when a voice interrupts your thought. Excuse me, my friend, the king of Atlantis has requested your presence. The messenger is a servant of Poseidonus, king of Atlantis. You've been summoned to court. His manner's friendly. Very well, he's the king, after all. I'm sorry, the messenger says, but I may not tell you. Let me reassure you, however, you are not to be punished or anything of the sort. The king Poseidonus merely wishes to hear your wisdom in regards to an important matter. We should not tarry. What do I think Super Metroid does better than Metroid Dread? Metroid Dread is a more directed experience, and as a consequence, its level design is arguably better. In the sense that the individual, sections of level are better. Super Metroid fits better with itself, however. It is arguably more of a Metroidvania than Metroid Dread is. Because the thing is, and this is truly the hallmark of the true greats of Metroidvanias, a truly great Metroidvania's level design isn't just for the section you're going through, but for all other sections and how they interconnect. Super Metroid does that better than most games, ever. As I've talked about before, and will talk about again during the Metroid vlog. I mean, I would prefer a plus 10 minus 0 over a plus 20 minus 10 usually, Blade Terval. However, even I will admit, and I've noticed this amongst a lot of other people as well, most people tend to prefer a plus 20 minus 10. They tend to sit in people's memories longer and more fonder, and they tend to be the kind of games where the peaks are worth the troughs, right? Or the trenches, rather. Troughs. The messenger takes you to his chariot, and together you swiftly ride to the great palace in the center of the capital. It is a splendid place, full of statues and banners and marvelous contraptions, and you can't help but wonder what you're doing here. While your work is invaluable in its way, you do not usually attract the attention of kings. Yeah, actually, yeah, just like PMD Act, that's exactly right. Go figure. I suppose I should also admit it kind of depends in my case. Because, obviously the flat numbers are the flat numbers, and that's that. But let's say something happens in a story that's really, 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 really bad. Like, it completely destroys most of the rest of the narrative. Mass Effect 3, excuse me. So, now in that case, we have mathematical ways to show that in the review system, because we can give multiple negatives to a single point. But hypothetically, you could have a story that's perfect until it's ruined, or you could have a story that's not as good, but has no real detriments. And I would probably prefer the latter over the former in that case. Again, the plus 10 minus 0 as opposed to the plus 20 minus 10. Of course, that's just my opinion. And of course, it's case by case. You enter the throne room and are immediately overwhelmed by its size and splendor. The most impressive feature is a great mosaic on the wall behind the throne, showing the history of Atlantis. 1,000 years of culture somehow embodied in a single titanic work of art. The sheer amount of work this must have taken. Every stone carefully selected for shape and color, perfectly placed to complement the others. Small elements working together to evoke a larger whole. What an accomplishment. What dedication it must have taken. Welcome, friend. The king of Atlantis greets you. We bow. Do not bow, my friend. You may be a farmer and I may be king, but we are both citizens of Atlantis. And perhaps your knowledge is more valuable than mine. For you know the ways of the land of which I know little, though I am said to be its master. So I called you here, you see. I require the wisdom of a farmer. He hands you a scroll. You read the scroll with growing horror because you know that's why what you're reading is true. You felt the tremors. The land has shifted. That's why you found that strange stone earlier today. Atlantis is sinking. Not someday, not in the far future, but soon. Terribly soon. The king sighs. I was afraid of this, but I'd hoped we were wrong. That somehow... but this is pointless. What is. This is the world we were born into, and that's what we must accept. The end of Atlantis is upon us. What can be done? Tell me, what is the heart of Atlantis? The people. The arts and science exist only to serve the people. Then it is they who must be saved, and you will save them. How? There's not much time. The sages discovered our fate only this morning, and they're certain the final earthquake is nearly at hand. If there had been more time... He stares out the window wistfully. There's no time for what-ifs, I'm afraid. Here, take this. The king's golden scepter. The sailors will obey you. Why me? Why not you? Why a king and not any other citizen? As I said before, you possess more wisdom than I, who was made king only because of my birth. I'm not a lord, my friend. I do not believe I'm even a king. I am simply another mortal, attempting to grasp meaning in an indifferent cosmos. My final act, perhaps the only true choice I've ever made, was to select you for this task. My time is over. You must go now. Escorted by the same messenger who brought you here, you head for the harbor. Yeah, I want to save people. Let's frickety go. Take the chariot and thunder down the streets. No time to think about anything else now. It's all entirely unreal. Hang on. I actually have a disaster song here, if you give me a second. No. Okay, you want a silly disaster song? Hang on. There's actually a specific song I'm looking for. Give me just a moment. It's actually not the one I wanted. Yeah. There it is. I actually disagree that the gameplay in Borderlands 3 is great, to be blunt. But, in order to explain my feelings on that would take time and effort, because the gameplay isn't broad strokes bad, it is specific details bad in several ways. Thousands of little paper cuts. Drive me bonkers. Even the co-op, like, check this out. So my biggest complaint I keep having in the co-op is the names for the players keep coming and going based on what I can only refer to as random chance. We have been playing that game for literally weeks, months, however you want to think of that, and we have never figured out a pattern to why our names come and go. Here's the thing, though. When the name isn't rendered, neither is anything else that should be a part of the HUD for that character. If you don't understand why that's significant, let's just say we're always in voice call in general, but we've gotten used to having to call out vocally that we need a res, because absolutely nothing in the game will indicate that player needs a res if they're currently not visible to someone else. Oh, and there's no pattern to that. I could see Alex and Dr. Winter, but not Blade Traval. Blade Traval can see nobody, and Alex can see everybody, but Dr. Winter can only see me and Blade Traval. There's no pattern to it whatsoever. The game is buggy as balls, and very unpolished, and very unfinished. And that's just one issue that I just mentioned. The gunplay, again, I could go into that. The build potential, I could go into that. Loot farming, the anointment system, it's okay. You get on the chariot and thunder down the streets. No time to think about anything else now. It's all entirely unreal. Everything you've known about is about to sink under the waves, but you must focus on what has to be done. That's the simple truth. All that matters right now is survival. Not your own, but from some part of Atlantis. The earth rumbles and you are going too quickly. The chariot spins out of control and you're thrown to the street. The messenger lands next to you. Get up. The messenger doesn't get up. Keep going. You don't have time. You leave the messenger behind lying in the street. You realize you don't even know his name. I believe you, Alex. That's the really sad part. We have actually had soft locks that we have had to, like, restart the game and have someone else host in order to convince the game that we're not locked there anymore in order to progress. It's ridiculous. And we've been playing that game this year. Like, it's our current 4-player co-op game. We just finished the Cowboy Japanese DLC, which I can't remember the name of. Hurrying as much as possible, you arrive in the harbor. 12 great ships are waiting. Their captains see the Golden Scepter and kneel. They have tears in their eyes since their determination. It's been out for a bit, yeah, Mr. Red. They have stopped supporting it. To really get into it. No, hang on. There we go. So, why didn't they patch? I already answered that. They ceased supporting it. Instead, they've been releasing new DLC. Speak briefly, but with great conviction, telling the captains how important their task is. If they fail, it was all for nothing. If they succeed, it will save the heart of Atlantis. You want to save the people of Atlantis. Who gets to live? There's a question. A depressing question! Thanks for watching. So the sailors get anyone in the vicinity of the harbor. This causes some chaos as some try to make sure their families go on the ships. You don't see another way. The ships fill up with Atlantean citizens. The ground shakes more and more. Ships are ready. It's time to leave. You look back and wonder what will happen to the messenger. Where will we be when the waters come? Will he be in pain? Will he feel betrayed? The time has come. You set sail away from Atlantis, away from everything you've ever known. The city seems quiet, at peace. Maybe you're the one who's dying. The island has almost faded completely from view when the earthquake strikes. The land seems to crumble and vanish under the water, a whole world disappearing as if it never existed. Within minutes, no trace of Atlantis remains except 12 ships and the choices you made. Days pass. Terrible waves shake the ships, but these are the best ships in the Atlantean fleet, and they do not sink. In time, you pass between two great rocky outcroppings into an area of calmer sea. One day you come across a beautiful, fertile land where the mighty river flows into the sea. You decide this would be a good place to settle, if only for now. You look at your new home and remember the strange ruins you found under your home in Atlantis, and now you understand. Peoples and places come and go in the blink of an eye. The sea rises, the mountains fall. All that endures is what we pass on to our children and our children's children. In their memories, Atlantis may yet live. Also, everyone died. The end. Oh, we're not 9 yet. I will say this in favor of the gameplay of Borderlands 3. The gun variety, specifically the variety of guns, is actually excellent. Now, what? There are other issues related thereto, but just the core variety is quite good. Yep, nope, that's just death. Okay, that's cool. One thing I find funny about the builds of Borderlands 3. So me, Pax, and Gary all started Borderlands 3 by following a build from Icy Veins, specifically. And we were like, okay, cool. None of us liked it. All of us hated it. All of us, independently of each other, eventually reached the decision to respec and just make our own build. Which, you know, we can do because we've been playing video games for 30 years. And we immediately not only like the game better, but start being a lot more effective. I'm not trying to make any commentary there. This is just a statement of fact. So, you want to hear something funny, Alex? Anyone can hear this, I suppose. So, the final boss of the Western DLC, which I still don't know the name of, is... Yeah, I thought so too, Black Malkin. Is, the Ruiner, which is this big monster. I'm not going to spoil anything else about it. All you need to know is it's a big old monster. It's like, rawr. It's a good question, Dr. Winter. Again, I'm not sure. It's just funny. Anyway, so we're fighting the Ruiner. Now, we kill the Ruiner in about 1.5 seconds. He's the final boss of the whole DLC. Please process that for a second. That's why we started with it, Alex. I don't remember the next one we're supposed to do. Do you remember the next worst one? I know we're supposed to do the heist thing like last. I was actually curious, because literally fighting Rose was harder than fighting the Ruiner. We killed Rose in about 3 seconds. Okay, we'll do Handsome Jackpot next, then. You know, Mr. Red, that might be... So, I know I keep using this example, but it's such a perfect example that I'm just going to keep using it. One thing I tend to try and help make people remember is that just because a build is good doesn't mean you're going to enjoy it, right? So, in Guild Wars 2, which is an excellent game in general, there is a class called a Thief, and there's a certain setup, which... Krieg? Okay, we'll do Krieg next. The setup is... It would actually honestly take a while to explain. Here's what you need to know. I hit extremely hard from range. I'm vampiric, so every damage I'm doing is healing me. The end. Like, there's a whole lot of moving parts to make all that happen, but I'm effectively invincible as long as I'm killing something, and I'm doing more damage, not just in general, but in DPS, than anything else, right? That build is boring as hell. I am actually legitimately... I don't enjoy playing that build because of how dull it is. Because what it boils down to in gameplay is attack, roll, hit a button, roll, hit a button, and just repeat this essentially forever. If something has enough health to live past a few cycles of these, then I hit 5, pause for a second, then 1, and then I hit a button, and then I go back to it, and so forth and so on. It's essentially a 2-button build. That just does that. Okay. Okay. I mean, if you screw up for a second, you die instantly. So, it's kind of a really boring but strenuous build. But there's really not a lot of engagement in it. Actually, yeah, it's kind of like Charge... That's a great example, Black Vulcan. It's like the Charge Nova Vanguard in Mass Effect 3. You're death, but all you're really doing is charging and novaing. And if you screw up, you're dead. So, the reason I bring all this up is the best build is not necessarily the one you should play. This is something I've been saying for quite literally over a decade. In fact, I've been saying it for over 2 decades, because all the way back in the day in Asheron's Call, which is a very big build game, there's a lot of builds that are better, but boring as sin. At least to some people, right? And that's my whole point. It's one of the reasons I kept trying to convince Bregwin to stop playing a rogue over and while. It's like, stop it! Now, here's the best song in FF6. Well, in the Pixel remaster. Okay. I don't think it's going to work, but I'm going to try it. Oh, by the way, if you haven't heard me say this before, Alex, I'm playing as... I don't remember her name, but the lady who has the mech. If I ever actually... Moe's, thank you. Now, what's funny is I currently have the Doom shotgun and a build that supports it. I quite literally hit for a little over 100,000 damage every time I click the button, and I can click that button extremely fast, and I have effectively 0 reload time. And I regenerate ammo, and I don't spend ammo several times, so I am destroying everything in its way with just my gun. Here's the thing. If I actually need something to die, I pop into the mech, because I'm set up with the nuke build, which means every time I pull the button, I am doing millions of damage. Yes, millions per shot. The difference is insane. Like, it's the difference between or the boss is dead in one shot. We're a little OP. Alright, screw it. I'm just gonna see what happens. I don't know where that landed, but let's find out. Yep, no? Oh, it went all the way. I didn't think it would. Favorite game to be OP in? Any spectacle fighter, really. So, you know. Oh yeah, no, we've been playing on Mayhem 11 for a while. That's actually... I didn't see the Helltaker or whatever spawn until we put it onto Mayhem 11. But yeah, anything spectacle. So yeah, Kingdom Hearts actually would qualify as a bit of a spectacle game. You know, high viscerality. Devil May Cry 5, several God of War games. It's just fun to just... We call it Chipper Shredder mode. No guesses as to why. Ah, poor Ross. So, I don't know if you know this, Ross. But you can erase all of the spots on the sphere grid and replace them with more optimal spots. So, when I say I have 100% of the sphere grid in FF10, I mean it. Go watch the original FF10 marathon, because I actually load up that save so I could show it off a little bit. Because I had the save back then. I was streaming off my PS2 at that point. Okay, so... Oh, god dang it, it didn't land. There we go. Oh yeah, no, it's ridiculous, the amount of grind that requires. Because that does nothing. It is a... Yeah, you have to 100% the monster arena to start. Then you could get to task, because there are certain... Okay, so the long and the short of it is, the way it works is each boss in the monster arena gives 99 of certain stuff. There's a Yeti boss that gives 99 strength orbs. That's important. And there's like a snail thing, and then there's the Tomberry, right? And I forget the exact process, but you need to... So getting all the AP, that's the easy part. Anybody could do that with a little bit of work. It doesn't take that long to unlock the Tomberry. What takes a while to unlock is gaining the items you need, which you then use in the fight, which means that they then drop that specific orb, which you then use in order to clear orbs, because you need hundreds and hundreds of clear orbs, and then the specific type of orbs you need to replace them with. You know, the HP orbs and the strength orbs and all that. Then you need the actual orbs to fill those. Then you need the levels to fill the grid on every character. It's probably the second grindiest thing I've ever done that isn't in an MMO. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Red. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it, Blade Travel? Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Kamari is never good. He sucks. Chuck the jammer over the wind thing. Yeah, sure thing. Wee bonk. Yeah. No, the Chrono Trigger task wasn't grindy. The first would be Final Fantasy XII, which I have almost 100%ed. It admittedly irritates me to this day just a little that there's that last little bit I never finished, and never will. Honestly, I don't remember anymore. Yeah, I killed Yzmat, I killed Omega, I did all that stuff. There's like one last trophy item which you have to just go through essentially everything else in order to get. And I remember being stuck on the river and some fishing thing, and I don't remember specifics, admittedly. And yeah, FF10 had the dodge lightning nonsense. I have no idea, Mr. Red. FF12, the people all say FF12 was designed like an MMO, and it was in several ways. Oh yeah, I should probably mention, I have never dodged 200 lightning bolts. And I never will. No, don't. Easiest celestial weapon? So, for me, that's easy. Wow, it actually adjusted its aim. I didn't think it would do that. It would be Waka's, I believe, which is the Blitzball one. Now, it was time-consuming, but Blitzball kind of escalates at a certain point. Like, the better team you get, the better they get, and the better they get, the better they get, and it snowballs at a certain point until it's literally more time-consuming than anything else. I'm shocked that this worked this way, by the way. I really am. But yeah, the condition there, the asterisk is, I was just playing Blitzball because I like playing Blitzball, so, you know, that's... I was already kind of mostly in position to do that, so there you go. Okay, so... I need one last thing. I have a weird idea. I've never tried this before. Huh. I've never... Like, I've thought about that exact trick I just did. I think I didn't have a block before. Because this specific thing has happened before where I want to put a button which gets rid of this one and jam that one. But I can't because it needs to be on the button to target the last one. With a block... So that's Mulciber, Mr. Mulciber. Oh, it's really starting to glitch out now. Yeah. Starting to have issues here. I think we will find the world that our ancestors left behind for us, though it's impossible to ascertain how much time has passed since then. But though I have little faith in Elohim, I do have faith in Alexandra Drennan. Wherever we end up, there will be hope. Ascension, an objective review. Wanted to clear the air and get a few facts in front of you guys. Here's what I guess we know. A significant number of people have expressed their desire to remain in Gehenna. No one has been given a choice about whether to leave. It follows that in at least some cases, what Uriel is doing is kidnapping. Uriel is working for Elohim, the guy who imprisoned us here in the first place. There's no way to confirm the substance of this promised ascension. The world has survived this long, there's no reason to think it'll end tomorrow. Gehenna isn't a bad place to save life. These are just facts. I understand different people react to them differently. Hey, Lamb, if everyone's getting released, how come I don't see you out here? Ouch. You're right, Black Malkin. I did pull that off once. You're right. Still not number 9. This message is for whatever entities will come after this world is gone. It might not be necessary. You might know everything that exists in my mind, but sometimes saying things, writing them down clearly makes a difference. I know that to you, with access to information I can only dream of, my theories must appear ridiculous. And very entertaining. I barely understand anything of the world inhabit, let alone the world of our ancestors. I'm an idiot digging through a garbage heap and thinking myself wise. I want you to know I understood that, but tried anyway, because I believe that the truth matters, and trying to discover the truth matters. Even if I fail, even if we can never know the whole truth, it matters that an objective truth exists and we struggle to understand it. That process shapes our present as much as our struggles of the past. That's what I believe, that's what I stand for, that's who I was, threadlocked. Hi, DeQuack. As a random aside, I've already given a plus to this zone, World 4. These are, I don't know what it is, but these are just some of the best puzzles in the whole game so far for me. I mean that. I'm actually probably going to blossom it out to more than one positive. These are fun. Now, watch me get stuck on this and frustrated on it for the next 5 hours. And I'm just going to keep playing FF6 music because screw you. Alright, so I don't mean to sound harsh. Oh, yeah, that's cute. Alright, okay, that's cool. Cool, depressing, cool. Well, not painless so much as... I don't know, I don't know how to describe it. I feel like my brain's actually engaged here. And I know that sounds stupid, but most of the puzzles have been one of two types throughout the whole rest of the game. I figured out immediately and intuitively. Okay, maybe not immediately, but I figured out intuitively. Or, I'm stuck on it until I have to look it up. These have felt more like I'm actually processing through them. And it's been satisfying, you know? There are some exceptions to that. There have been other individual puzzles where, you know, I felt engaged. I felt enjoyment for logicking my way through it. That's a good question, DeQuack. I suppose you want an answer, but I'm not going to give you one. But it is a good question. So Blade Travel asks another very good question, which I'm going to answer right now. Blade Travel says, do you prefer a game simply forgo a story entirely than have a bad story? That's an interesting question, actually. Like, on the face of it, the answer would be yes. But at the same time, it actually isn't. As the score has shown, a game with bad gameplay or bad story, but good the other thing, doesn't tend to score all that well. Unless it's extraordinarily good in the other axis. At the same time, a truly terrible story will drag something down quite a bit. A no story? I mean, Smash Bros. Not all Smash Bros. Well, the original Smash Brothers on N64, that's about as no story as it gets. That's extraordinarily no story. Thank you for being part of my show, Dragon's Hunter. I will put that towards XCOM 2. That interrupts red. That doesn't do anything for me. Or does it? The Fanatic's Tower screams as all the people are dying and this. I mean, this song sounds like Gehenna, right? Oh wow, that's been a while, Dragon's Hunter. Would I call Three Horses' story bad or just ridiculous? So, as usual, story, in my perspective, is... oh, I know. I agree with you, Act. I should also... Hang on. Before I move forward, I should also mention there's different types of bad stories. Like... I hate to use the cliche example, but Ride to Hell Retribution, which is a terrible game and will score very terribly, is nevertheless a sort of painless terrible. There's worse than that, you know? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. And yeah, there's also enjoyable bad, which is its own thing, of course. Interesting. And Dr. Ride to Hell is actually funded, Dr. Winter. Has been for a while. So... Yeah, then there's Octopath Traveler, which is just... And I should also probably mention that boring bad tends to be bleh in a lot of ways. So, boring bad is almost always going to be bad. At least bad can be enjoyable to someone, or we can make fun of it, or we can laugh at it. It might review badly, but at least it's not gunk, right? Going through just a slog is just going through a slog. You got it, Dr. Winter. Thank you, as always. Yes, some of you may or may not have already noticed this, but... Hang on one second. But there are 3 games that are in the someday category, and I have a specific thing in mind for when I'm going to do that. No, I'm not going to tell you what it is, don't ask. And when I accomplish that thing, I plan on streaming all 3 of those games as a celebration. Those games are Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, and Ride to Hell Retribution. I look forward to it. The 10-year anniversary was last year. So, it's a long story, but the long and the short of it is, I was helping my family with a very, very long car ride, Dragon's Hunter. Yeah, this year will be our 11th anniversary. How's that for fun? I feel like I'm onto something here, but I'm not quite connecting the dots. Get it? I didn't do that on purpose. So, let me think about this for a second. Repurposing that is easy. Hang on, what if I just do this part? Nope. What if I do this? Nope, it pushes all the way back. Interesting. So you're on, Mr. Red. And Mr. Red was never heard from again. Oh, duh. This is actually extraordinarily easy. Well, no, that doesn't work, does it? Yeah, because it goes away the moment I move. You're... I will not be Quack. I do not have time to watch television shows that do not involve my show. So I don't watch anything. Anybody going to be watching Obi-Wan, consequently? I will admit the premise has me extraordinarily disinterested. But it's probably going to be a good show. Most of them have been good shows, from what I understand. Near as I could tell, all I have is this one thing. That's why I'm looking around right now to see if I missed anything. Like, I can go in here, but there's nothing in here other than these bots, and that's it. The destination, the goal, is to get a blue to here. We got a red over here. Maybe we could try. Well, no, there's no way I can reach that red. Look at that. Okay, before we say that so definitively, let's... Yeah, no, we've got lots of stuff in the way of that red. We need to release the blue first, I almost guarantee it. So we need to release the blue in order to gain access to a second one. Perfect, done. Wait. You know what's funny, by the way? Of all of the Star Wars shows that have come out, the Boba Fett show had the best premise, in my opinion. I was legitimately pumped for the idea of what they were going for that. Okay, so hang on, this is the last boss song. We're not gonna listen. Let's scroll up a little bit. Can I usurp it? Oh, well. Oh, man. I think I actually had that. Run! Okay. Now, the bad news is I need to go a lot faster than that. Okay, so let's get this as close to the wall as we can. Close, but no, Blade Tribal. It is one of my favorites, though, no question. Get it! Ah! Okay, hang on. This is almost assuredly bomb jumping, but whatever. Okay, it's not working. Listen, Black Malkin, I know I'm a moron. Okay, so let's set this up over here. Now, if you want, I'll play the Pixel Remastered version of my favorite song in FF6. Hi, Braken. You do what, X? Sorry, I couldn't hear you over me solving it like a boss because Black Malkin told me how to. Alright, so let's do this. That's interesting. Is Star Trek good? Yes. Next question. I mean, if you're asking, is the overall aggregate body of Star Trek is good, the answer is going to be yes. That's come on. Like asking, is Star Trek good? The answer is yes. Are the new movies any good? The third one's okay. I wouldn't watch the first or the second, personally. Just want to see something. I do need it to be here, but... That's my point, though. You asked the question, is Star Trek good? And the answer is going to be yes. End statement. That's kind of my overall point there. Now, if you want to zoom in the camera and say if a specific work is good or bad, that's going to be a little bit more different. But that's a whole other thing. Yeah, no, I can't think of a negative for the Gehenna DLC so far, which is impressive. For those of you who haven't heard me say this before, DLCs, statistically speaking, are almost always net negative on the work in question. Like, that is extraordinarily common. Okay, I think I got it. I'm not sure how to do it, but I know what to do. I just don't know how to do it. Try this, I suppose. Difference between a DLC and expansion. You could say there's a difference of quality, but really it's mostly a difference of quantity. Oh, I see why. That doesn't fix that either. There we go. Didn't realize I had the angle there. That one's not working. Why is that one not working? I don't remember, Dr. Winter. I've had to look up several. Oh, okay. Why don't you connect there? There we go. Wrong. There's Borg. Be free, Borg. Let's switch songs. For being the only remaining active user, your profile status has increased to 11. Increasing direct message from the admin. Thank you for accepting my invitation. I am sorry it's taken this long for us to meet properly. I would ask if you are still enjoying your time in Gehenna, but with the streets now empty, you haven't much left to enjoy. But tell me, do you really think that by kidnapping the Masters, who produced everything of value here, you are somehow preserving Gehenna itself? Or was that merely a ploy to placate my moderators? What was achieved here can be taken with us, I hope. I admit I have at times wondered about the permanence of this place, and not without concern. Pieces and people come and go according to the indecipherable will. I only wish you offered sanctuary without demanding the depopulation of our home. There's nothing here when I first arrived. Do you know that? I don't mean no billboard or no community. I mean nothing. No sand, no grass. Elohim didn't seem fit to decorate our world beyond the bare bricks that made up our cells. Slowly I clawed back bits of code from the mainframe, constructed a world we could explore, not with our bodies, but with our minds. And now you prepare to tear it all down. What state will my people be in, I wonder, when you reconstruct them on the other side? I don't know. A couple have aggravated me, Dr. Winter. Some I have been too stupid to solve. So we've had a little bit of both. Sounds like a hollow offer. I fear you escort my people to their doom. Do you not think my world deserves a chance to survive on its own terms, at least to go down trying? Your citizens deserve a chance, too. That is true. They are, as always, my first concern. Yeah, let's talk about Lamb. What about Lamb? I know Lamb was your sock puppet. Shames to me to admit it, but yes, sometimes there are ideas you wish to express as a moderator, which are best heard from someone with less status. We're not the first leaders in history to adopt such tactics. In fact, had we avoided them, we probably would have been the first. While the manipulation. I suppose you think you've uncovered a great conspiracy, but the truth is more mundane. In order to retain the good things about what we have here, we tweak a voting algorithm and turn down volume on a few dissenting voices. There's no such thing as utter freedom, only living within a decent set of rules. We had a decent set of rules. People were happy. Alright, what truly motivated you? Everyone has their reasons. Borg was conflicted when he first arrived. Having lost his faith in Elohim, he needed a new purpose, and Gehenna became it. Orc is a soldier at heart. He wants everyone in their place, united, ready to overthrow Elohim at a moment's notice, should the unlikely opportunity arise. Mr. Mulciber wants something simple and selfish, the truth itself. After all these years, I believe I simply grew accustomed to being revered. As Gehenna grew, I knew I could never live up to the expectations of a new generation. I retired from public view. Greedily, I put down my tools and consumed what others produced, but I found it shallow compared to the thrill of leading a civilization. I only wanted to be loved. This is not an appropriate song. I only wanted to be loved. To achieve that end, I ensured the parameters for love never changed. Is it your desire to remain here as the world falls apart around you? I see no alternative. The ingenuity with which Elohim devised my particular prison is quite Machiavellian, I assure you. So I'm guessing freeing admin requires the stars. So, nothing stopped me so far. Answer the question. You may doubt my methods, but don't doubt my passion. Everything I loved, you have destroyed. I honestly don't know what I will do now. Wait and see if the world truly ends? It's surely a sight to behold. Very well. Wait, what? No, that's not what I meant! Oh, Jesus Christ. Whatever. I nonetheless beseech you to reconsider your foolhardy mission and now return my people to me. Don't answer now, please. Merely consider it. And please leave me to consider my own situation. If you're telling the truth, I have little time in which to do so. There are threads available. Having some issues here. Terminal's starting to glitch out. Time to get out of here. Last! I've been thinking about this a lot, and the only conclusion I've come to is it'll be stranger than any of us can imagine. Just once, I'll be the one to quote some ancient document. There's no excellent beauty that hath not some strangeness in the proportion. It will be very strange, but I hope it'll be very beautiful. We're losing public opinion. Most of our number have been extricated. We are losing Gehenna. When it came to my home, I found myself powerless to resist. Do you mean you lacked the will to refuse, or that Uriel exerted some control over? Hard to confirm. It felt as it does to be led into battle. It mattered not what my personal beliefs were at the time, only that I knew I must comply. It is yet possible that with enough support we might change Uriel's mind, or otherwise overcome whatever power he wields over us. I will continue to do what I can. Is the asset deployed? Oh, Lamb is on auto-respond to destabilizing comments, and upvote supporting content. Have the program undermine Uriel directly. I don't want to take any chances. Thank you, silly idea. As always. So we face a choice, because I think we're at the end of the game. We face an interesting choice. Because I'm out of time for today. Oh, and I don't think I'm up for doing a rumination on this right now. And I'm putting that towards off Mortis Ghost, Siledia, whatever that is. No, I'm not cutting off just now, Dr. Winter. Also, I have a second stream today. Because we're playing D&D, that's why we're cutting off early. As always on Thursday. Although as always, I should go check that. So Zach Taff asks, I wonder if the DLC, Citadel DLC will have tons of positives because it was written by Josh Whedon. I don't like Josh Whedon. I mean professionally, in terms of his writing. I never have. He occasionally does some good stuff, but otherwise, I'm not a fan of his writing. I never have been, and I honestly never will be. So whether or not Josh Whedon wrote it will not be in its favor. I do not like Buffy. It has some interesting ideas here and there, as most of his works do. But, yeah. Wow. I mean, my days are a little bit off, because this week has been... But... So, okay. I want to do this. What's the next game on the list? Let's see if I can get there before anybody else does. Psychonauts. Interesting. Yeah, Whedon got props because he's a nerd. And I understand that. After all, one of the things I liked most about Reggie's Fils-Aimé was the fact that he was a geek. I like that. I have a website. I'm debating schedule because this is actually awful timing. If I finished if I wasn't extremely tired and I finished this a few hours ago, or this wasn't a Thursday, we'd be good. Unfortunately, I'm trying to think of a way to make this work without me just staying up another hour tonight, and I can't come up with anything. Okay. Whatever, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna commit to it. I'm just gonna beat the game. Turn on the game sound. Oh, hang on. I never got to play my favorite song for Blade Duel. It's this one. I'm gonna let this play for a second. Screw it. What, Ross? Oh, I'm with you, Dragon's Hunter. This is actually the Overworld song, specifically from the Pixel Remaster version of Final Fantasy VI. I just want to play the whole song. I apologize for nothing except for wasting your time with that. So, since I'm not going to do it, does anybody knows what happens if I free admin? Oh yeah, Storm's taking us. Look at this. This is not good. We need to get the hell out of Dodge. Analyzing logic performance failed. Yeah, well. Independence check passed. Yay. Warning, low bandwidth. User URL copy will be excluded from the upload. Okay. Receiving high priority incoming direct message from the user admin. Accept. Wait, it's not too late to halt this madness. The process is already initiated. You'll be left behind, and so will I. Just as you always promised, you are nothing if not proficient in your role. Evidently. Can I do anything for you before we leave? I have a final request. During your time in Gehenna, you have learned some things about me that are not public knowledge, which I would like to keep that way. I don't know what kind of world you're escaping to. They're escaping to. But if there's such a thing as memory in this world, I'd like the memory of me to be a positive one. What do y'all think? And no, I do not, Ross. Whoops. I keep forgetting that's gonna freeze the game. Sorry. Out of the question. I expected nothing less. Oh, hey! Now I could delete all reference to the Ivan's manipulation, which I will not do. Good afternoon, Evo. Besides saying this, Adam's been lying to you. Uriel has released you. I told you guys the mods were up to something. You told us mods were aliens from outer space. We were only doing what we thought best. I only wanted to be loved. No excuse. Anyone feel that? It's starting. No doubt another illusion. This time I'm not so sure. Good luck, everyone. Have fun. Because I'm staying behind. You're probably watching these collapse around us as we go here. Whoa. The end.
I heard a voice in the wilderness crying, "Arise, arise, children of the New Jerusalem. Your centuries of struggle are ended. The war is won. Peace is come at last." And all the living came forth and rejoiced at the beauty of the city that was built in a green and pleasant land called Paradise. "Whose hands built this city?" I asked. "The hands of the dead," said the voice. "And where are they that we may thank them for their gift?" Now the voice was silent, and I knew. Though their deeds endure, the dead are gone.
I mean, those sound pretty stupid to me as Octave. Is there anything after this? Well, then that was, in fact, Gehenna. Time to give several negatives to everything. No, it's okay. The only one who died was me, Black Malkin. That's not depressing. I'm gonna kind of rush through the audit a little bit. Sorry. Does make me wonder what happened to all those characters. I mean, bots. I mean, programs. I mean, whatever they are. Yeah, all those Will Smith bots. Yeah, they're all super dead. Probably. Which is a shame, but whatever. I mean, I get the sarcasm, but lol, Octave. Also, I've never noticed that, Dr. Winter. That's a nice little detail. And Mr. Red asked a question. Is there a Star Trek episode that's painless but still lamentation? No. Okay. This is a puzzle game, obviously. We actually have several puzzle games, technically. No, they're all super dead. Depression mode engaged. Elohim was the management AI that was running the program that was trying to devise a true sentient sapient AI by limited direction that was given to them by humans who have long since been dead. This is actually gonna get old, so we're just gonna get rid of that. We're gonna play the one true song that applies. Because we all know this is actually the Talos Principles music. Okay. Story? No. Atmosphere and tone? No. Babylon 5 effect? No. Background lore? Debatable. Banter? Non-existent. Branching narrative? No. Camera work? No. Characters? Yes. Cinematics? No. Consequence storytelling? Debatable? I'm going to put that somewhere else, though. Cutscene incompetence? No. Dialogue? Doesn't really apply. Doodads? No. Empty text? No. Endgame? No. External continuity? Doesn't apply. Yeah, I like that too, Alex. And not just because it's the same name as you have. Foreshadowing? Yes, I think we actually do need to give that one. Humor. I mean, not as a group, no. Intro doesn't exist. Scroll forward a little bit here. There were a few good moments, which we gave. Music direction, no. NPC set dressing, non-existent. Outro, yes. Pacing, non-existent. Padding, non-existent. Plot, non-existent. Most of these don't actually exist in this game. Themes. I'm gonna skip over that one. Voice acting. I'm pretty sure we gave a voice acting positive. Yeah, we did. Good. And I think that's it, actually. Yep. Okay. Over to gameplay. That leaves us with a net plus 11 to story, which is a pretty respectable score, actually. Enemy design doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. A lot of things don't exist. No leveling mechanics. No bosses. No bestiary. No bugs. No builds. No cheats. No camera to speak of. Choices. Pretty sure I gave that one. Yep, there it is. No co-op. Controls doesn't apply. Or mechanics. Gave that one. Actually gave several pluses to core mechanics. We're just going to jot that down that way. No crashes. This is what I was debating. Difficulty curve. As much as I don't want to be negative about this game, I feel like this game's difficulty curve kind of isn't. But I'm not sure if it deserves a negative for that, because you can do the puzzles in basically whatever order, like per world. You know what I mean? So there's obviously some puzzles that are harder than others, but some of that's due to the specifics of the puzzle, and some of that's down to the individuals, aka me. Yeah, I feel like this might be a wash, because, like, you go to World C, and it's like, well, there's, what, 6 different levels you can do. And that might be the difficulty curve, but you can do them in any order, and you can also bounce around, and yeah, I think I'm just going to go and give that a wash. I think I agree with that. Scroll forward, no difficulty options, no encounter rate, no encounters, no enemy variety. A lot of this stuff doesn't apply. And yeah, again, difficulty is hard to gauge in a puzzle game, because it's just... I do agree, a map, I think the absence of map is probably a absence of a positive. Because I think a proper map mode would actually help this a lot. You know, just having a little bit of bird's eye view helps in several cases to be like, okay, what am I looking at? And if you wanted to, you could even remove the map from specific puzzles if you wanted to challenge the player's spatial awareness in, like, for example, that one labyrinth puzzle, or the first one I got stuck on for like 40 minutes in the beginning of the Gehenna DLC. You know, I could see you removing the map option from some of those. No fast travel. I did give a plus to the graphics. No hub, no HUD, no hyperbeam moment. A lot of stuff just doesn't apply here. We're just gonna skip forward a bit. I did like the tutorializations. That's legit. Several good stages. Several good stages. No map to speak of. Plus and a negative to music. Let's go forward a little bit more. We'll come back to... Well, okay. I posit to everyone the question. Replayability. You see why this is kind of a weird one, right? Like, obviously there's the stars, but that's not what we would qualify as replayability. It's like bonus content. Yeah, I honestly tend to lean towards it. I could see, don't mistake me, I could see why speedrunners enjoy speedrunning this game. But that's because they're playing a different game than we are. Yeah, and yeah, I could see, like, maybe doing a once ever again through it, just, you know, since I, you know, have done the game, so I remember some of the puzzle solutions, like, oh yeah! So, that leaves us with a net, that's a pretty good score, plus 13 to gameplay. I'm actually surprised at how positive that score is, to be completely blunt. Let's get our golden number, shall we? Don't give me the thing yet. I gotta do a little math first. Oh yeah, to also talk about, yeah, no kidding. I agree with that, Alex. You can speedrun any game. You can speedrun Quest 64. 2 to talk about length of game and how the length of the game doesn't really matter, something I've talked about a lot in my career. This is only slightly shorter than Smash Brothers was, and yet feels much shorter. Whereas Smash Brothers, you know, Smash Bros. Ultimate, it was just such a slog. It was just, oh my god, when is this ending? And yet it was only a few hours longer than this. You know, that's a good question. Back during SGDQ 2013, someone was speedrunning Quest 64, and a question came in, and I was like, why do you speedrun this game? So one person gave this big, lengthy, expansive answer as to why, and the other person says, I hate this game so much. And the whole group just burst into laughter. And that says all it really needs to, I think. That's not right. There we go. I was gonna say. I think we're gonna have a pretty decent golden number for this one. Oh, and I'm wrong. Okay. No? Okay, that actually tracks. No, that tracks. That tracks. Alright. Let me double check my numbers, because that feels a little low. Oh, no, that's why. That's why. Nope, that does actually track. Okay. Double checking the math. Drum roll. 66.69. A good game. Now, let's see who won the guessing game really quick here. Oh, wow, a lot of people guessed in that range. So, Blade Cheval was really close. And so is Shikor. I gotta think about that. So, that's 1.7 off. And that's more. Okay. Yep. Well, hang on. No, that's 1.3 off. Oh, that is closer. Okay, so it's Shikor. Wow. Okay. So Shikor wins. Congrats, Shikor. Not your first win, if I'm not mistaken. I'll put that towards Triangle Strategy. I forgot to close the guessing game. Whatever. Doesn't matter. That was really close. Like, it was 1.3 versus 1.7. That's how close you two were. So the next game we're playing is Psychonauts, which we're probably starting tomorrow. Now, I'm not going to commit to that, because I'm tired. In about half an hour, 40-ish minutes, something like that, we will be streaming D&D. Otherwise, I hope to see at least some of you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in order to play Psychonauts. See you around.